Candeville, could I ask you to test your audio? Could I ask you to check your audio, please?
Good morning. So please stay on the line, and we're going to proceed
Perfect.
with the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Councillor Alejandra Bravo. I'm the Chair of Economic and Community Development Committee. We have quorum. I now call meeting 27 to order. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I like to start the meeting by maybe doing a different kind of land acknowledgement. In addition to recognizing that these are the ancestral lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit, Anishinaabe, Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, and Wendat peoples, and that there is a City of Toronto obligation in Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. This is a place where we actually talk about how to take care of each other, from social services to questions of the economy. And the economy is a way that we can think about how we enact our obligations to take care of each other. So with that, I want to just focus on the meeting itself. If you're registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Economic and Community Development Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at ecdc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act at this time?
Madam Chair, Councillor Mantis.
Yes, Councillor Mantis.
I have an interest for the second item for the food vendor policy.
Duly noted, so we will excuse you for that. Can you please share
Thank
the
you so
nature? Sorry, Councillor, to declare the interest, we need to hear the
it's
nature.
a family member operates a food vending truck.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other declarations of interest? No, seeing none, thank you. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on February 24, 2026? Deputy Mayor Malik moves that. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And now we're going to move on to the agenda review. So a lot of paper here. So EC 27.1 update on the business license and permit applications action plan and other outstanding directives. We're going to hold for staff presentations and hold for speakers. EC 27.2 review of Toronto street vending and artists bylaw. That's held for speakers. EC 27.3 City of Toronto Inclusive Economic Development Framework. That's held for speakers. EC 27.4 Toronto Action Plan to Confront Anti-Black Racism Year 5 Update. That's held for speakers. EC 27.5 Rexdale-Casino Woodbine Community Benefits Agreement 2025 Progress Update. That's held for speakers. EC 27.6 Applegrove Community Complex Update on Relocation Options. That's held for speakers. And EC 27.7 Refreshing Food and Beverage Offerings in Park and Recreation Spaces. That's held for speakers. EC 27.8 Business Improvement Areas 2026 Operating Budgets Report 2. Would anybody like to hold that?
I'll move it.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Okay.
I was just going to move it.
Moved by Councillor Moise. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. EC 27.9 Toronto Francophone Affairs Advisory Committee Request for Term Progress Report. Would anyone like to hold that item? No, I'd like to move that as chair of that committee. All those in favor? Approved. That's carried. EC 27.10 Request for a report on existing services available to French-speaking Torontonians, transmitted from the Toronto Francophones Affairs Advisory Committee. I have a motion. If the clerks could display that. Yep. Oh, okay, great. So the motion is displayed, and it indicates that this will come at the June 18, 2026 meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. EC 27.11, further direction on report on rejoining the Association of Francophone, Association Francophone des Municipalités de l'Ontario, and I have a motion on that. We're going to come back to that. EC 27.12, advancing community development through evidence-based planning, that's held for speakers. EC 27.13, addressing evictions through disaggregated race-based data and social housing, that's held for speakers. And there's I guess we'll hold the next one as well. And at this time, we have a motion to add new business. Councillor Candeville?
Yeah. If I can add the Siren's motion on behalf of Councillor Sachs.
We're displaying that. Councillor Candeville is adding a sleep disruption noise motion and on behalf of Councillor Sachs. All those in favor of adding this to the agenda? Opposed?
Opposed?
Yeah, I'm sorry, there is, sorry, that motion does not carry.
Add to the agenda?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, thank you. So now that we have reviewed the agenda, I do want to indicate that there will be reordering of the agenda. We're going to have EC 27.7 move to EC 27.2, as the staff questions will be similar and we require the same staff to be present, and we don't want to make them wait all day because they have work to do. So thank you everyone for that. We are going to proceed with EC 27.1 and there will be a short presentation.
Are you reducing speaking time?
Oh, sorry, before we move, thank you. The clerks have reminded me that because we are closing in on 40 deputants and we will lose quorum at 5 p.m., I have to move the following motion, which is to not, close the agenda at 10 a.m. for those who have not pre-registered to speak by 10 a.m. on April 9th today, and so we won't be adding anyone else after 10. That the length of public presentations be limited to 3 minutes for all items, and that questions of public speakers by members of council, including members and visiting members, would be limited to 3 minutes per round of question. The reason that we have to do this is that to get through the agenda and to allow everyone to be able to speak, do their deputation, for there to be questions of staff, answers, and to allow questions of the deputants as well, we need to finish by 5 p.m. and that's the only way we're going to achieve this. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. So we're going to move on to our presentation, and I'm going to invite staff from Municipal Licensing and Standard to introduce yourselves before you speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, and to the committee. My name is Gadi Katz. I'm the Acting Executive Director of MLS. With me is Joanna Hazelton, who is our Acting Director of Policy.
I'm just going to stop you right there. Can we get that microphone turned up, please, a little bit? It's really difficult to, or
I'll just
get
move
it.
it. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. MLS is here this morning to provide an update on the work we've done on our business license and permit applications action plan, and also other outstanding council directives. The license and permit applications action plan was adopted by council in July of 2025 and is MLS's roadmap for reviewing all license categories under the licensing bylaw, Chapter 545, and enhancing the administration of licensing and permits through to 2029. This staff report advances the action plan by outlining new business-friendly customer service initiatives and describing operational enhancements for licensing food, beverage, and entertainment businesses. It also proposes minor bylaw amendments to reduce regulatory burden and improve clarity for businesses. Altogether, these initiatives are part of an ongoing customer service improvements aligned with MLS's core function to support businesses by delivering licensing services for the City of Toronto. I'll first review some of our new and enhanced customer service initiatives. Working with our colleagues in technology services to modernize the business licensing renewal system has been a priority for MLS. The upgraded system launched on January 19th, 2026. Renewals account for about 85% of the division's licensing activities in 2025, so staff have prioritized rolling out this customer service initiative first. We've heard positive feedback from clients about the new system and how it reduces the need for back and forth communications between clients and staff. We'll demonstrate some of the new features in the following slides, but overall, the new renewal system eliminates the limitations, many of the limitations that were existing in the previous system. Clients now will have a better and more efficient experience when renewing their licenses. Previously, clients could not update information submitted on renewal unless they directly contacted licensing or permitting staff. Now, clients can create a secure account, which allows them to manage and update their renewal information online on their own. Previously, also clients could not view their information online after submitting their renewal. Our new system allows clients to monitor information after submission so they can view their license, permit, personal and corporate details, licensing histories, and status of their licenses, including expiry date, and that's all displayed on the dashboard that's easily understood. Another feature of the new renewal system enables clients to view multiple licenses on one dashboard for a cohesive experience. We've heard directly from clients. For those that hold multiple licenses, the ability to view and manage all licenses through this one streamlined dashboard has been a significant improvement in their efficiency. One of the sort of constant major complaints that we've heard from clients involves the requirement to submit and upload documents at the time of renewal to our system. The upgraded system now prompts clients to submit only the specific documents required for their renewal, as opposed to the previous system, which, due to limitations, was unable to perform this analysis and required clients to upload all documents at the time of renewal. The new system, and although staff will continue to mail out licenses to clients, the new system will allow clients to pay for multiple licenses and permit renewals through the dashboard, and also download and print electronic copies of the licenses at any time that they require it. And these new features will be available to clients through the City of Toronto login. On January 16th, 2026, MLS also launched a business licensing information phone line to provide clients and prospective businesses with access to real-time, flexible support from licensing and permitting staff. The phone line is available weekdays from 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. On average, the phone line receives about 53 calls per day. These are 53 clients or potential clients per day that didn't have to email city staff and wait several days for a response, or make arrangements during their business hours to visit a city office and speak to a licensing staff member in person. Data collected from these phone calls shows that on average, clients waited about 3 minutes and 16 seconds to connect with a staff member and spent almost 12 minutes in conversation to receive information or resolve their issue. In the first 2 months of a soft launch, the phone line received over 2,400 calls from clients. We've promoted the service through communications to councillors and through industry channels such as Business TO and Tabia, and have a social media campaign planned for later in 2026 to advertise the service further. On January 1st, 2025, updated licensing and zoning regulations for bars, restaurants, and entertainment venues also came into effect following council approval. Staff used 2025 as a transition year to support clients in understanding the updated rules and in changing to a different license category where required. Following staff efforts, 209 clients changed license types based on self-assessment, 142 businesses no longer required a license, and a total of 14,824 licenses were issued and renewed by MLS in 2025. Through implementation, staff identified several lessons learned. First, to streamline the process to change licenses for clients who are required to make the change. Second, clients may better understand how changes apply to them when they can access clear and timely information. Third, consistent messaging supports clients in understanding whether they are appropriately licensed. Based on these learnings, and from direction provided by Councillor Fletcher and adopted by Council in 2025, staff developed a streamlined process for food, beverage, and entertainment venue clients who need to change license types. This process applies to clients who renewed incorrectly in 2025. Staff are engaging affected clients before their next renewal date to bring them into the new licensing framework, which was designed to reduce administrative burden on low-impact businesses while continuing to mitigate health, safety, and nuisance concerns. This streamlined process resulted in the following changes. Most clients who need to change license types can do so at their next renewal. Licensing and permitting staff will be the ones to lead communications to clients and provide step-by-step support. Clients will submit only documents needed to change licenses rather than a full application package. And in some cases where clients may need to change their license sooner, a prorated fee will be applied based on investigation results. Our report also will outline some minor, today will outline some minor bylaw amendments being proposed to reduce regulatory burden and improved clarity for businesses. We're proposing some operating restrictions and requirements for secondhand goods businesses. These changes are designed to reduce burdens in advance of a fulsome review of this license category, which will be done in 2027. Also, based on stakeholder feedback, staff are proposing minor changes to the definition of a nightclub to clarify the criteria for an entertainment establishment/nightclub license to distinguish it from other licenses. Staff will continue to engage with stakeholders and report back on any further changes in 2027. Finally, staff are recommending repealing Chapter 832, videotape stores, as there have been no licenses issued under it. If adopted by Council, the implementation of the proposed changes will take effect on September 30th, 2026. Lastly, next steps on the action plan. To complete the business license permits application action plan, MLS has several license reviews and customer service improvements planned through to 2029. In 2026, staff will implement changes to pet establishment and street vendors with a focus, pending Council approval and discussion on this committee later today. We'll also conduct research on general licensing experience with focus on equity deserving communities, launch an upgraded license application portal, and enhance resource sharing and training with economic development and cultural division. In 2027, staff will review several license categories, from secondhand goods to trade licenses and more, and also report on a regulatory sandbox framework. In 2028, we are proposing to review clothing drop box operators and some retail businesses. In 2029, staff will also review automobile and parking businesses, loans and goods exchange businesses, and precious metal shops. Through these continued implementation of the action plan, staff are committed to enhancing Toronto's business environment to drive new investment, employment growth, and economic resilience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to now go to deputations, and but don't go far because we have questions of staff maybe. So the first deputant is Jason Handelis. Is Jason here? Welcome to committee, sir. You have 3 minutes. I'll give you a warning just in case at around 15 seconds to your time. Look, it sounds like we need some help with slides here, please. There we go. We're getting some help for you. Thanks. Yeah, I think we might have to proceed without the slides because of time. So you can always email that presentation to committee members. Sometimes technology doesn't favor us, but we do have to move ahead because we have a lot of other items and a lot of speakers. No, not at all. So I'm going to start your time. Yeah, thank you. 3 minutes.
Green, is it on? Okay. Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jason Einstein-Hendelis. I'm speaking on on this issue of re-commerce. I want to start with one big number, $500. That's how much a Toronto retailer loses on every $1,300 luxury item sold through existing US platforms mostly. The seller takes home roughly $700 before rent, labor, HST, insurance, security, or profit. The breakdown's on the slides in front of you. And of the $500 lost, $190 is caused directly by the city's mandated 15-day hold period. That single line item has, the city's powers in it to fix. The rest of that money goes to eBay, PayPal, UPS, Google AdWords, and American tech companies. None of them pay taxes, none of them follow the rules of licensing. Here's why this matters. Not just the 15-day hold, but Chapter 545 was designed for an era of physical pawn shops and paper ledgers. It forces retailers to act as free, uncompensated storage for the city, absorbing all depreciation, all risk, and all the costs. Once cleared, sellers are pushed into US platforms that just do not comply with the chapter and do not pay or provide chain of custody or follow the rules. The platforms that Canadians compete against are destroying margins, and that money could and should be going to Canadians. It's also a security crisis. Retailers are warehousing high-value goods for more than 15 days. And we know how significantly crime has increased across the city. That involves break-ins, robberies, insurance premiums. Those are exponentially increasing costs. The longer the inventory sits, the greater the target. There is an alternative. My team and I have been talking about what is called a Canadian Recommerce Protocol that replaces this analog quarantine with digital chain of custody. This allows intakes to drop from 15 days to 15 seconds. Items can be authenticated and cross-referenced with the police department and matched against the most efficient liquidity path, zero foreign extraction.
15 seconds.
My recommendation and what the presentation is about to talk about is how we can we can empower Torontonians over tech monopolies, and we can pay that $500 towards Canadians. We've been working to talk to retired police officers, RCMP, and retail stakeholders and specialists about piloting a working group that can talk to digital chain of custody and reporting systems, and a better system to use not just artificial intelligence, but to completely avoid and circumvent U.S. platforms.
You're over time. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming to committee. The next speaker is Michael Pesci. Is Michael here or online? Welcome to committee, sir. You have 3 minutes. I'm going to have to be a little bit more enforcing of the limit, if that's okay. I'll give you a reminder at 2:45. Thank you very much.
Hi, testing. Hi. Good morning, Chair and members of committee. My name is Michael Pesci. I've owned and operated a small bar in Toronto for the past 14 years. It's an intimate space where people come to have a drink, hear music, and connect. It's also where many musicians got their start. Many went on to become Juno Award winners. For the past 6 months, my business has been under review to determine what new license category it should be permitted to operate as under Municipal Code 545. That would be nightclub or expanded activity eating and drinking. With no indication of when this decision will be made, it's been increasingly difficult to plan, invest, and operate with confidence. The industry has shifted. Many small bars now incorporate music and cultural programming to stay viable, but there is no clear fit for these types of mixed-use spaces within the current categories. In practice, the line between both categories overlaps, but each have very different outcomes. This issue isn't whether music matters here, it does. What matters is the kind of place this is. A small bar built around music community intentional programming is very different from a large high-capacity nightclub as we commonly recognize them. The difference in format, scale, and risk needs to be recognized by these categories. In a smaller space, it's easier to be intentional, accountable, and create an environment where people feel safe, especially for communities that don't always feel safe in traditional nightclub settings. And a practical issue from this is that if a longstanding compliant business is classified in a way zoning doesn't allow, it suddenly can't comply, that's a policy problem with real consequences. It can affect insurance, not just for the business, but for the landlord, and ultimately whether the business can continue at all. As a responsible and compliant operator of 14 years, feeling pressure to downplay or hide what the space actually is, under threat of being pushed into a higher risk category that doesn't reflect how we operate, is extremely disappointing. These businesses are an important part of the city's cultural ecosystem. Smaller scale, culturally driven establishments should not be considered the same as large format nightclubs. Broadening the nightclub category criteria that's being tabled risks lumping in small, low-risk bars with high-risk environments like nightclubs. I call on this committee to consider broadening the criteria for expanded activity, eating and drinking, or consider a new licensing category to better encompass smaller, culturally driven establishments through consultation with creative community stakeholders, promoters, and operators. Thank you.
Second. Oh, thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you for coming to committee.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Callum Sheedy. Callum Sheedy online.
Yes, hello.
Hi, welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Callum Sheedy. I represent independent promoters and artists within the nightlife community, and I'm here today to speak on recommendation 1E on today's agenda item that we're addressing. I wanted to talk about the way that this amendment to the definition of nightclub could negatively impact culture in the city, particularly small-scale independent promoters that serve marginalized communities and independent music scenes. The current nightlife license as it stands places a particularly onerous regulatory burden on the owners that are deemed necessary to obtain this license. As the previous speaker noted, the difference between a large-scale nightclub to whom this regulatory impact would be manageable and a small-scale business for whom already runs on a incredibly tight margin can be a matter of life and death in terms of like the business's viability. And I'm concerned that if this amendment is made to the definition, a lot of small-scale bars and culture-driven establishments that welcome independent artists and that open up their spaces to communities that don't feel safe in other places, that could have a devastating effect because they meet the at least 3 of the requirements needed to be seen as a nightclub. And I think there needs to be a greater distinction between a large-scale nightclub that has the capacity to take on the onerous responsibility of the regulation and smaller nightclubs that would be destroyed by it in terms of the fines, the security requirements, and otherwise. As an independent promoter, I work a lot with small-scale nightlife venues. It's where I began my career as an electronic musician, and it's also where I began my career as an independent promoter. I do a lot of my work around opening spaces up to us LGBTQ plus community, which often don't feel safe in these larger scale venues because the crowd is not necessarily welcoming. We need these independent spaces, not just because they help drive the independent and underground culture of the city, which is a starting place for
15 seconds.
Artists that go on to become larger, but also because these are safe community gathering spaces. And I think we need to see an amendment to the nightlife definition, at least in the short term, that all 4 of the requirements are met, which I think would lift the burden from smaller independent venues. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for coming to committee. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, we are going to go on to the last speaker, who is Ray Abunala. Is Ray Abunala here? Online. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, folks. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. My name is Ray. I represent Buddies in Bad Times Theater as a nightlife programmer and event producer, as well as someone who owns my own events business called Gay Rights in the City, both of which primarily attend to LGBT, specifically queer marginalized demographics. Buddies in Bad Times, for some context, while it is a theater, has a long history of over 2 decades being one of the most community-centered clubs in Toronto, and in an attempt to increase revenue streams and support the theater, which is a non-for-profit and a charity, and also a queer organization, which has famously been receiving less funding over the last 2 years. They are relying on some nightlife revenue streams to support the overall charity. I mostly am in charge of curating and attending to like the needs of the community by throwing these events. And I would say similar points to the folks who have spoken before me. The way that Buddies operates as a club or as a nightlife third space attends to a different community. The prices for the drinks and the tickets are very cheap. Our margins are also very slim, which makes it hard to, I guess, meet the regulations or the requirements of this new licensing. I think the increased costs to this would essentially shut Buddies Nightlife down and not overall support the charity. I would concur as well that amendments to this potential licensing that might come up, or allowing for different types of licenses or nightclubs to exist, considering the scale and the size and the communities it attends to. I will also say it has seen great success in the last 3 months since we've started. We've brought over 1,000 to 2,000 people through our doors every single weekend since the middle of February, which has been amazing. Again, most of which who are LGBT queer youth. Yeah, and I'll pause here. I have not much else to say, but thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much for coming to committee. Are there any questions of the deputant?
Yes, one.
Yes, Councillor Fletcher, questions of the deputant.
Yes, good morning. I seem to recall that the building is actually a city building. Is that correct, the Buddies in Bad Times?
That is correct.
Yeah, so the city has an interest in, because you hold the lease, in making sure you're successful. So we're going to work all this out. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. There's more questions of the deputant. Vice Chair of the committee, Councillor Carroll.
Yes, and I apologize if my members already know this. I haven't had a briefing on this particular aspect of the overall changes. So if you could just tell us, could you quantify the change for us? That you know, someone named it a matter of life and death of the business. So what was the licensing burden before the changes proposed, and what do you understand it to be once the change is proposed, if it was proposed?
I'm not an expert on the matter. I've just come because the community has urged me to come and speak on this. But my understanding of it is that the license requirements would apply more specifically to larger clubs that have perhaps bottle service, really steep prices in terms of door cover or ticketing, have higher security needs, and overall just need more staffing to mitigate the risks involved. Whereas like a smaller queer or gay club doesn't necessarily need that level of regulation around it and would be subject to just getting caught and getting into a lot of trouble should an inspector or
so it's not just the cost of the license.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now I understand a little more. Thank you.
Thank you for coming to committee. That concludes our deputations, and we are now going to go to questions of staff. You would like to lead off? Councillor Moyes, questions of staff?
Yes, thank you. So again, I wasn't briefed on this item, so I do have a few questions. So the deputants brought up a few important points about the bars, the small venues versus the large venues. How does this change would impact those communities that were just here, deputing? Who's speaking to this?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Maybe I'll start the question and I can pass it to my colleague if there's anything that needs to be added. The exercise that MLS has done in consultation with stakeholders is an attempt to clarify the definition and distinguish it from other eating and drinking establishments. The definition that's proposed in the report today, in fact, reduces the pool of businesses that would have fit into the category of a nightclub. So the rules will apply to less places. There is still continued work that needs to be done, and we're open and are in fact planning on continuing the work and reporting back on how to better capture these sort of outlying situations and specific situations. but that's an ongoing work that we have committed to doing and are doing as we speak.
So why is it brought before us today if it's not complete?
Because the exercise of reducing or distinguishing the license categories and ensuring that those that are more closely associated with nightclubs fit into a definition that associates with nightclub helps in streamlining the licensing process for a wider population of businesses. So having that distinguishing be clearer makes things easier for those businesses that maybe kind of overlap a little bit between two kinds of categories.
And to the deputy's point that some groups may be disenfranchised or disadvantaged as a result of these changes. What are your thoughts about that?
So we're very conscious of the impacts of licensing requirements on businesses. And as I said, I think our goal is to work with these businesses, to work with our partners in EDC and planning and elsewhere on how do we address the issues that are being raised here better through our regime.
Okay, okay, I'll leave it here for now. I know Councillor Bravo was working in a motion, and if I may have to defer the item, but I will wait and see what you have.
Thank you, Councillor. Go ahead with questions of staff. Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, it feels like we haven't really had the issues all spelled out for us here. I wish I had a briefing on this. Because if I cast my mind back to some of the reasons we asked this area of licensing to be looked at, what we were frustrated with, neighborhoods that seem to be out of control with these types of establishments are people think of them as the bigger ones, but I always say it all dates back to the dawn of bottle service. So we talked about that being one of the biggest problems. So why not just separate it out and say there's a special license if you're going to provide bottle service instead of putting it into a category here? Because correct me if I'm wrong, it feels like you have to meet 3 of these criteria, but a small operator who wants to provide a venue for emerging artists and musicians would meet all the other 3 criteria pretty easily, and they could be very small. They could be a hole-in-the-wall bar, but still a good little music venue. But they're now subject to all of these requirements because just those 3 things made them meet the requirement of a nightclub. So tell me what all they're now subject to, dollars and cents of it and new regulations of it, if they now meet this category and they didn't before. What has changed for them? So I have an understanding of the magnitude of the impact.
Okay, maybe I can start. So through the chair, currently the definition of a nightclub requires an establishment to either provide amplified music for entertainment and dancing or meet 3 of 4 criteria if amplified music is not present. So that definition captures a wide variety of locations. What we're proposing today is a streamlining of that to require that they meet both criteria, that they meet 3 criteria and also play amplified music. So that by now making it and rather than or, we are reducing the population that fits into this license category. So a lot of places that were sort of on the fringes would no longer be a nightclub and would have different regulations. But we are conscious of the further work that needs to be done.
So I don't have an answer to my question. I'm sorry to interrupt, Madam Chair, but I'm asking, and what will that now cost them, and what will they have to do to operate their business that they didn't have to do before? Once they once they meet these new criteria, if they didn't meet it before, but now they do, what are the actions they now have to take on a regular basis, and what is the cost to them? Why am I being told this is a matter of life and death of the business? That's the answer I want. What happens to them as a result of meeting this criteria?
So There are no changes as far as the costs are concerned. And what I would add that there wouldn't be any ones who didn't meet it before that do now, right? So this isn't adding.
But if that happens, what's the impact? I still haven't heard the impact. We're arguing about who meets it and who doesn't. But if you didn't before and you do now, what changes in your business model?
Right, so you would have to meet some zoning requirements. You would have to meet security requirements, noise control plans, and patron management plans.
So there's a bit more business to do. There may be some cost to creating those plans. It's those sorts of things. But once you meet those requirements, then you're in business. You have a license and you're in business.
Right, as long as you pass all the requirements for zoning and those other requirements, then yes, you would have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? I'm going to hold down this item because we are working on a motion to clarify some of the pain points that have been identified by the deputants, and Councillor Moyse has indicated that an interest in deferring this item, so we're going to hold this down, if that's okay. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next item, which is EC 27.2, review of Toronto Street Vending and Artist Bylaw, and no, we don't have a presentation, so we're going to go straight to speakers from deputations from the public. Pat James. Pat James. Welcome to committee, sir. You have 3 minutes. I just want to remind Councillor Mantis that we're at the item where you've declared an interest and you should remove yourself from the meeting. Sorry, sir.
Hello, everyone. I'm Pat James, a professional events entertainer, caricature artist. I've also been a street artist for over 35 years across Canada. In this time, I've represented street artist ventures in association with city halls in Old Montreal, Kingston, and Toronto, and at the Harbourfront Centre. Today, I strongly recommend and advocate you implement MLS policy staff recommendations for the desired proactive changes. The MLS policy staffers involved worked hard to make this concise report, and we, the street permit holders involved, also did our part, investing much time and energy in contributing to the process. So now it's you, the council committee, which needs to facilitate the speedy adoption of the report recommendations. In my personal agenda, I'd like to interact directly with a councillor who is interested in starting a zone of operations dedicated to just caricature artists, similar to such zones that exist in Old Montreal and Quebec City and across European cities. Without going into too much detail at this point, I must stress we overhaul the currently redundant strategy and tactics of bylaw enforcement. There are over 2,000 street permit holders. This is substantial income revenue for the city. Yet the council seems to ignore our existence. Why have we been ignored by downtown councillors who are supposed to be serving the citizens? I'd like to ask how many councillors have actually walked downtown and spoken with street permit activity holders.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Oh, thank you. Seeing none, we are going to continue with Cameron Pounder. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much. So I'm a current food truck owner and I operate under Chapter 740. I spoke to council in 2018 when the expiry date for R55 permits were being established. I'm here today because that commitment is being broken. Regarding food trucks specifically, this report does 3 things. It improves conditions, It extends the hours, which I do support, but it also removes the expiry on R55 permits completely, which fundamentally changes the system. Those two things are not equal in impact. The issue has never been about hours or dollars and cents. It's about equitable access to public space regardless of the date you started your business. We now have two systems, a small group with permanent fixed locations and, like me, over 100 mobile vendors competing daily for limited curb access. We pay the same fees, but we operate under two very different systems. Curb lanes are public assets, and this decision grants long-term exclusive use of that space to a small number of permit-holding corporations. There is no expiry, no review, no pathway for others to access similar opportunities. With no expiry, access to public space becomes a highly tradable, valuable asset. This is not Toronto. Imagine this opportunity, paying $5,000 a year, $416 a month. An average food truck's around 200 square feet. You're paying $26 a square foot for exclusive access to city property. Normal rents, Councillor Moyes, you know, around $40 to $100 a square foot. When you started your business in 2006, did you receive protection from the city, competing retailers, starting after you 10 years later?
I'm going to ask you not to speak directly to speak through
sorry.
me. Thank you. I'll add your time. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I won't talk about Councillor Carroll either. So we'll keep it simple and say, the city's commitment to modernization and harmonization is very commendable, and we really appreciate it. The removal of R55 permit expiry neither modernizes nor harmonizes this system. It locks it into a two-tiered system. This isn't about me, an R54 permit holder, versus the old guard, R55. This is about whether access to public space is equitable and whether the commitments made by council are being maintained. Giving public assets to private corporations behind closed doors is appalling.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant visiting Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for making this presentation. I really appreciate it. Can you think of any reason, any public policy reason why this small group of private for-profit corporations should be exempt from the rules that apply to you and all of your colleagues?
To be honest, for 12 years, I've wondered that exact question. Why? Because they asked, can I please continue my business? And for some reason, a report was written every time that says, we'll give them a transition time, we'll give them time to modernize their business, and yet every time they're given an excuse and said, because we want to, is kind of the answer I've heard.
Okay, so I haven't seen any reason being given. Most of these private corporations with the special exemptions are in my ward. No reason been given to me as to why they should have a separate set of rules and privileged access to the roads. Have you been told of any?
Absolutely not. I've asked for years that same question.
Right. If we
I suspect because there's a conflict of interest that they've been excused behind closed doors, I think that has something to do with it.
Well, I'm certainly not going there. If the current 55 holders were required to hold a 54 like everybody else, would that provide more variety in food options for the faculty, staff, and students at the University of Toronto?
Absolutely. It would open it up to businesses who are successful by the quality of their food. I make dumplings with my partner Ada Mock. You could get arepas, you can get all sorts of stuff. So the businesses that would succeed are those that like try harder, are creative, rather than because they started 40 years ago.
Okay. And what are you asking this committee to do?
I'm asking them to look at the line where it says we will remove the expiry date of R55 permits. So currently they're set to expire January 1st, 2027. And I think we should leave that in place and not remove that line.
All right. And these people have had 12 years notice that their permits were going to expire, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so you're asking this committee to delete recommendation 3 in the staff report. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a question, sir, just a quick question. Would it be helpful from your view if there was a lens or a frame to look at these commercial activities that included equity and equitable access and other social and economic goals that the city has espoused previously, to look at this piece from that perspective?
Absolutely, and I think MLS and the report has done a really good job so far of introducing this new framework in 2014. And then they actually went a step further and did new focus groups and new testing, of which I was a part of, with all of those aspects in mind. Diversity, equal access. So we all contributed our ideas, and you took feedback that 3 hours here and there, it's kind of not enough time.
Sure. I think that the question I'm asking is, we have an item on the agenda later that's Inclusive Economic Development Framework, and this is a tool that hasn't been available to city staff before. Okay. So perhaps if we can, what I'm asking is if on a principle basis, what we're talking about really is looking at this kind of business licensing policy through that lens, could clarify some of the issues that are being brought up here, as we've done with other pieces of work. So it sounds like you're assenting, and I really appreciate the chance to ask you this question. Thank you. The next speaker is Stuart Brignall, online. Welcome to committee. Stuart, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Yes, my name's Stuart Brignall. I'm a professional saxophonist, band leader, international performing and recording artist, and a Juno Award nominee. I'm just here kind of representing musicians and professional performing artists in Toronto. And that we are very much in support of some of the laxing of some of the regulations when it comes to street performers that MLS has put forward, especially when the allowance in certain situations of amplified sound, which makes a massive difference when it comes to being a street performer. I've busked and performed, on the streets in many different cities across Europe and in the States. And I've noticed myself personally that when amplified sound is permitted, we can make easily 2 to 3 times more money than if it's, me just playing solo in the air with no harmony behind it, no backing tracks. It's sort of obscure. People don't really connect to it. So I'm just here to say that we're in support of that. Busking creates a very unique economic opportunity for us where we choose when to monetize and work on an in-demand basis, aside from a regular gig economy where you have to wait for the phone to ring to get a call for a gig. It's we can choose to go out and make money, make opportunities happen. It's not just the busking income, but it's also, I get called for people, they see me playing in the street and they want me to play at their restaurant or they want me to play their wedding. It creates a lot of economic opportunities that allowance of the amplified sound would just kind of enhance all that. In this economy, especially for up and coming musicians, this unique stance busking offers is a serious economic benefit for us, and the laxing of some of these regulations as proposed positively impacts our situations. It must be made clear also that professional performing artists are an at-risk community due to financial volatility, especially in this economy, and we need all of the revenue sources we can get, especially since the recording industry is largely bottomed out due to tech company commodification and streaming. Also, I still have a bit of time. Yeah, okay. So I'm also just making the case for buskers and street performers, not just musicians, but dancers and any sort of performing art. It breathes a lot of much needed life into the city and also creates vibrant street culture, which we know and I know as I've always lived in Toronto, in other cities, that this implementation improves quality of life and happiness for its inhabitants, having vibrant street culture. In this case, Toronto has a lot of room for improvement, in which case some of these laxing regulations when it comes to the street performance and amplified sound would help to facilitate. The only other thing I would comment is maybe I know that there is a separate license for busking required on the Toronto Island, and I'm just seeing if MLS would be open to taking a look at that and either lumping it in with the city of Toronto or finding a way to facilitate, the licensing on the island to be a bit simpler to get, or maybe just making it be a part of the same one license, separate. Yeah, that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? I do have a question, Stuart. The question of you being a working musician and the ability to be able to control your own labor in a sense by performing when you are available and recouping all the gains. How important is that to maintaining you as a working musician in a sort of a creative and industry?
So I'm quite established now, so I'm not busking as much as I used to. But when I was up and coming, it was very vital because there might be, slow weeks. You'll have slow weeks in this sort of gig economy thing. So I'm like, if I don't have any other performances or concerts and I can go out every day and choose, like I said, on demand to busk and make money and then get it, it is a massive, massive help because no other space in our industry is there that choice of like, you want to go out and make money today, you can go and hustle and make it happen. Everything else, you have to wait for a call to come in, or you know what I mean? So it is massively, it's a game changer. And these laxings would really help our community a lot. So yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go to the next speaker, Gabriel Blanc. Gabriel Blanc, welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, councillors, members of staff, and the public. My name is Gabe Blanc. I'm a resident of Ward 11, University Rosedale. You may recognize me. I used to work in this building, though this is my first deputation as a private citizen. When I worked at City Hall, I often made use of the nearby food trucks and street vendors, more often maybe than I care to admit. I know I was not alone among the excuse me. I know that I was not alone among the public servants and staffers who work in this building who had a favorite spot or maybe a rapport with a particular vendor. By James and Albert, there's a man named Meron who sells a delicious spicy Italian sausage. He told me one day about his family in Iran and his journey to Canada by way of Belgium. When we were speaking, it was also one of the rare opportunities that I get to speak French with a stranger in Toronto. Meron has served sausages for 35 years. His favorite customers included David Miller and Jack Layton. Food carts, trucks, other wheeled vendors, including non-motorized vendors like Beans and Wheels, which was piloted in my home ward of Ward 11, are sort of representative of the promise of this city. Food carts are a place of economic opportunity for entrepreneurial newcomers, and they have the power to bring people together, as Meron and I demonstrated. Lifting the moratorium on new permits will contribute to community building and economic opportunity in our city. Public space should be used to bring people together, and healthy competition, not arbitrary limits that are more than 2 decades old, should keep food affordable. On Meron, former Mayor David Miller once wrote that a moment shared with him reminds Torontonians exactly where they are. Permitting more street vendors will remind us that we live in a beautiful city, a kind of place where we can have more if we share more. So for that reason, I'd urge you to adopt the first 2 recommendations in this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Sachs, 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Do I understand correctly that you're also asking this committee not to adopt recommendation 3, which is the special rules for this small number of privileged corporations?
I'm not making a specific recommendation on recommendation 3. I think it's to the committee to discuss that. Of course, I'm taking note that there seems to be a 2-tiered system with the old 55 permits. And I wonder if there's a way that that can be adjusted that does not create additional and unnecessary red tape while creating a level playing field for all food vendors.
Okay, but to be clear, you're asking for a level playing field for all food vendors?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Spencer Skur. Spencer, welcome to committee. Thank you. And I'll repeat, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I have performed magic as a busker on the streets of Toronto for the last 12 years. It's where I've gotten to grow as a performer and learn from the more experienced buskers. From my experience, the Toronto busking permits are more of a liability than an asset to the ones who can hold them. That doesn't need to be the case. One of the biggest issues that I face as a busking permit holder is the restriction on amplified sound. I can't perform for a full day while shouting to be heard over traffics, crowds, and most problematically, the many unlicensed performers and vendors that aren't bound by such restrictions. These rules right now are only hurting the people trying to play by the rules. I've talked to many of the folks that don't hold permits, and they say bylaw almost never checks these permits, and when they do, they're always let off with a warning every time. Licensed performers, meanwhile, seem to be easier to be ticketed by bylaw, so anyone who's trying to be heard is risking being fined with no consideration for the actual performance volume. A drum kit at full volume is allowed. An unlicensed performer with a speaker is going to get a warning. A small speaker from a permit holder just trying to be heard from 3 meters away gets a ticket. In addition to holding a City of Toronto busking permit, I also perform under the busking programs at the Toronto Harbourfront Centre, the Distillery District, and the Ferry Docks BIA. All 3 of these allow amplification with reasonable restrictions on performance volume. I've yet to see anyone perform at a disruptive or unreasonable volume at any of these locations. The only place that I find myself competing with loud amplifiers is, ironically, when I'm using my Toronto busking permit. The crowd control is a crucial skill for any street performer. If I'm drawing an audience, I need to make sure I don't block a throughfare or have my crowd spill onto the road. I can shout all day, but it doesn't carry the same authority if I'm trying to talk like this. So, for these reasons, I'm recommending that the ban on amplification be listed as per the MLS recommendations. It's much better to go with a reasonable decibel limit. If the busking bylaws remain unchanged, I will likely turn my focus to busking in other areas such as corporate shows. And between these issues and disappearing public performing spaces, I've seen a lot of performers make these similar changes where at 34, I'm one of the oldest buskers that I know on the streets. Without a change from the city, I'm afraid that there won't really be a next generation of street performers in Toronto. And I thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for being here. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, we'll go on to the next speaker, Michael Mavrogiannis. He left, he had to go? Okay, thank you very much. So that concludes our list. Now we go to questions of staff. Councillor Sachs, we'll start with you, 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. First of all, most of the R55 holders are in Ward 11, correct?
Through the chair, yes.
And every other food vendor in the city is required to move their trucks at night. They're not allowed to just park and stay there for months or years, correct?
Correct.
And the rule for the R55 holders, they're also supposed to move at night, are they not?
That is correct.
But they don't. You're aware that they, for months and years, they've simply stayed in place and there's been no effective response by MLS.
Through the chair, we are aware that some instances they do not move their vehicles, yes.
Well, in fact, along St. George, the snowbanks against the vehicles stayed in place for many weeks after January 25th, and they didn't need to be removed because the vehicles don't move. Isn't that so?
Through the chair, again, as I said, we are aware that these vehicles do not move.
Right. So you're aware that they're not in compliance with the bylaw, even with the extension they've received. Have you prosecuted any of them for not moving their vehicles?
Through the chair, I don't have those numbers offhand. We do make efforts to enforce along with police parking enforcement.
Well, if you have any evidence that there's been any enforcement against these folks, I'd like to know, because I've been asking for years and I haven't seen any evidence of any enforcement at all, and nor have I seen any of these vehicles move. What is your justification for proposing that after they've had 10 years of notice that or I guess 8 years of notice that their permits are going to expire in 2026, are giving these same people the right to keep occupying public space?
Through the chair, we're dealing with about 15 or so license holders. In bringing this report, we did not feel that this was the time to require such a substantial change in their operations, given that they've been operating under this licensing regime for a long period of time. There is an inability to transfer these licenses to anyone but the current operator. So therefore, we are anticipating that the population of these licenses will reduce naturally over time.
Right. What is the justification for allowing these particular corporations to have different rules than every other food vendor in the city?
Through the chair, the initial justification, it was a different license type at the time when it was installed. We have, over time, identified that need for more mobile vending is the proper approach. As I said earlier, at this time, moving the remaining 15 wasn't seen as a necessary thing to do now, where they will naturally reduce in numbers over the coming years.
Would you agree with the deputant that requiring the current corporations to hold the same 54 licenses as everybody else would A, create a level playing field, and B, would provide greater variety of food options for the students, staff, and faculty of the University of Toronto?
Through the chair, it's our goal to not have two systems, and that is why part of the sort of restrictions around the licenses that we're speaking of is that they're non-transferable, so that naturally the two distinct operating models will merge into the new model in an attempt to also further improve the opportunities and business opportunities of new licensees. We are proposing extending operating hours, reducing other burdens. So there is an attempt to balance the playing field, and then naturally to then end up in a position where there's just one set of rules.
Right, and the quickest way to achieve a one set of rules and getting rid of the two-tier system is to honor the 10 years notice that these folks have had, and to have the 55s expire. They could then compete on a level playing field with everyone else. They wouldn't be put out of business. They would just have to comply with everyone else's rules, right?
That's the last question.
So through the chair again, that is one way to address it. As I answered previously, that was not the way that we saw as necessary, given the natural decline in the number of licenses, the non-transferability of them, and there's the natural end of this license category.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? I have a couple of questions. In terms of the issues raised around equitable access to this kind of economic opportunity, would it be helpful to be able to look at business licensing from a framework that considers, that actually directs consideration of these things, which we have on the agenda later in the day?
Absolutely. I will just note also that it is applying an equity lens is something that we do naturally as well, but always looking to improve on that.
But having the overarching framework that considers how people should be able to, that we should have a variety of entrepreneurs able to access these opportunities. So takes it a little bit further, correct?
Absolutely.
Right. It's the difference between an equity impact statement and an equity approach being embedded into how we measure our economy. So thank you. Are there any other questions? Oh, sorry, I did have one more quick question before I go to Deputy Mayor. There was a deputant who spoke about the need to, or suggested that there's a need to have some kind of coherence with the busking license on the Toronto Islands. Can you just comment on that?
Yeah. So I believe that is a parks permit. Perhaps my colleagues.
Yeah, to the speaker. Currently, the existing contract with Beasley Group provides an exclusivity around food and beverage on Toronto Islands. I saw the comments. I think we're looking into the existing agreement, whether it would allow for expansion of busking on the islands. And if it does, I think it's a fantastic idea. We should.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. My first question is around the changes to allow for more street busking opportunities, and just to hear a little bit more about the engagement process on the proposed changes with local advocates, with folks who have been a part of some of the discussions around our noise bylaws, and anything that's upcoming or planned in terms of that ongoing engagement.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So we undertook a year-long engagement process that would involve focus groups. It involved survey. We spoke to over 1,800 people. There's an extensive report in the appendices attached to the item. The planned engagement, including with noise stakeholders as well. As you can imagine, this is the issue around busking and amplified sound is something that came up quite a bit during the consultations, and our recommendations reflect the feedback that we heard.
Do we currently have information on the number or percentage of noise concerns or complaints that are received from street busking?
It's about 1.5% of all noise complaints.
Okay, and how many noise complaints do we have? A year, yes.
286 a year from busking, and we've got about, I want to say, almost 18,000 noise complaints.
Okay, so just to give us the scale of what the concern is, and is that spread across the city, or is it concentrated in certain areas?
It's certainly concentrated in the downtown area. It just reflects where the buskers are.
So we did hear from some of the speakers around a bit of an uneven application of enforcement when it comes to street busking, and with some of these changes that are coming forward, how is that being addressed?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair. We are conscious and agree that enforcement is a major part of addressing busking concerns and vending concerns. Part of the recommendations that we have today are to permit amplified noise, but also to require buskers to display their permits and identification while they're performing. This will allow us to better be able to field complaints as well as to investigate those noise complaints on specific individuals, because by their nature, these types of businesses can move around, and being able to trace back who the individual was is a very helpful tool for us in investigation.
And I guess to the point that the speaker was making, also ensure that the performers who have made the effort and gone through the steps to get the appropriate permits are not being unduly kind of hassled.
Right, and I agree with that. And we do have a lot of sort of proactive enforcement around this area to ensure that those that are unlicensed or not complying with the obligations are primary focus.
And so to that point, what has the public education experience been when it comes to street performers and buskers to ensure that any changes to the rules, the access to permits, to the information that is required is easy and accessible, so that we can have many more folks who are in compliance rather than having to spend the time in the way that you described?
Part of the reason we're not phasing in these changes until March 2027 is to allow for that robust public education campaign, including targeted communication to our vendor community, including buskers. So we have quite a comprehensive plan to educate people on the new rules.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? I will be moving a motion on this item, but we are working on it with staff to reflect the concerns that were raised by Councillor Sachs and also the deputant around ensuring that opportunities are fairly available. So we are going to just hold that with the indulgence of committee along with item number 1, and we're working on those motions. Councillor Moise, you were interested in that, so we'll continue to work with you on item 1. And following the reordering of the agenda, we are now going to EC 27.7, refreshing food and beverage offerings in parks, park and recreation spaces. And for that one, we're holding for speakers, so we're going directly to speakers on this item. And I will call your name. Once I find the list. The first speaker is Gil Penalosa. Is Gil Penalosa here or online? Okay, the next speaker is Nicole Corrado. Nicole Corrado here? Online, Nicole, you have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, I think it's great that you're pushing for more local food vendors. What I would suggest is, how about promote that these food vendors be plant-based, that it's a plant-based diet is a lot healthier for the environment, it's a lot healthier for humans. It accommodates all religious food restrictions, and it accommodates people like myself who are ethical vegans, and everybody can eat plant-based food. So this is something that I would suggest that Toronto have it be that every restaurant have a plant-based default, so that the plant-based items are the first on the menu, and also invest in 100% plant-based or vegan restaurants or venues, because it better for the planet, better for health, better for everybody. And I think that's the direction the world's going in. That's what Toronto needs to do. I would love to see more plant-based food venues.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, questions of staff? Do any members wish to ask questions of staff? Go to Councillor Carroll and then to Councillor Candeville.
Just a quick one, just to give staff a chance to outline. In terms of the program we're here today, there was consultation not just with vendors, but also with park users, I understand?
To the speaker, that's correct.
Yes. So the offerings that we have, the fact that we're not limiting ourselves to plant-based is based on some of that feedback.
Absolutely, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Candeville, questions of staff?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted staff to quickly elaborate on the objectives behind the this pilot approach. What are we looking to achieve?
To the speaker, the fundamental objective we're trying to approach, so it's being directed from the fact that widespread people are asking for more options, more food and beverage options within our park spaces. They are looking to activate those spaces and provide more offerings. And so the outcomes that we're seeking to achieve is, number one, expand the availability of both motorized and non-motorized food trucks to be able to do business and offer food and beverage in parks. Number two, quite frankly, make it easier for the small, medium-sized businesses to do business with the city. And number three, as part of this pilot program, help inform what the future of our food and beverage strategy will be long-term.
Right. Is the sense that these pilot programs will give us a real-time understanding of how we inform the 4-year framework?
To the speaker, that's correct. So as part of this, we will be doing both customer satisfaction surveys where we will be asking questions around things like customer experience, menu, pricing, offerings, as well as connecting with the vendors themselves.
Gotcha. And what are staff's strategies around attracting, a diverse range of food option? I mean, the obvious critique we all are aware of is like we just have hot dogs in Toronto, right? So what's the strategy to attract those vendors?
To the speaker, so as part of this strategy, the initial, as we think about the initial part of it is to engage with both the local communities, the local BIAs, work with our colleagues in EDC in order to be able to attract. Ultimately, what we're seeking to do is offer small and medium-sized businesses the opportunities to do this in our park system. And so through working collaboratively through those local communities, we're looking to spread the word of how those operators can attract.
Are we looking at investing in different communication strategies to put that out there, that we're looking at this expansion?
To the speaker, there will be communications and information packages sent out to all vendors who would qualify under the MLS list.
Are we investing in paid ads or certain marketing strategies that expand beyond the usual reach?
Yeah, to the speaker, I think we're looking at this as this is something that the public has been asking for, and so as part of that, we are looking to obviously promote and market the program through things like paid ads, both online and static ads.
Excellent. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? I have a question. Do you consider this an opportunity for the City of Toronto to use its own levers to generate local economic opportunity that helps, thinking about three audiences, local entrepreneurs, not-for-profits, social enterprises, to get into this the system to be able to have better livelihoods?
To the speaker, absolutely, and that's one of the outcomes we're seeking to do here is fundamentally to make it easier for small, medium-sized nonprofits to do business with the city. And so what we're doing is removing a lot of the application, sort of the stage gates, if you will, while maintaining the integrity of the system, but also expanding the environment and the scope of which these businesses will be able to operate in.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Speakers? Can you just hold for a second? We have, the clerk has...
Sorry, we're on item 7, right?
Yes.
Can you hold it down? I have a minute.
Yes, and the clerk has alerted me that one of the speakers who registered has been engaging online. I'm going to vary the procedure to lighten the load on the clerks to allow Gil Peñalosa his 3 minutes. So welcome to committee, sir. You have 3 minutes online.
Thank you. How do I share screen? Okay. Okay. Now, do you see my presentation?
Yes, we do. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay. Can you restart? Thank you. Well, thank you very much for having me listening to this. I think that basically What if Toronto Council decided to make living healthier and happier the easy choice? This is really important. For example, sidewalks. We might say, hey, go walk. But if 1 out of 4 streets do not have sidewalks, we cannot walk. So when we talk about food and beverage, we're talking about health, physical, mental, and social health. And that's what parks do. That's why parks are so critical. And we have a public health crisis in Toronto. Overweight and obesity, 1 out of 4 people are obese, another 1 out of 4 are overweight. There's diabetes, lack of physical activity, and all of this is causing strokes, heart attacks, various types of cancers, depression, anxiety. So this, what you're talking about, refreshing food, is also the street vendors. It's about public health. So today I want to mention three things on the 2 minutes left. So one is nutrition, one is variety, and one is the service hours. Nutrition, I think that the city should ban the sale of sugar drinks. There is not one single ingredient in a Coca-Cola that is good for you, none. And we have an obesity, and we have an overweight, and we have diabetes, and all of this. So it's not to ban the drink. You can bring it from home. You can bring it for outside. But you would make it a lot easier for people to live healthier if there is no sugar drinks for sale in everything that is public. The parks, the libraries, the community centers, the schools. Same thing, fried foods. Get the fried foods out. I mean, there are many countries around the world doing it. In Mexico, they got rid of sugar drinks and fried foods in all of the schools, and there are others. But the sugar drinks is something that you would send a message that in Toronto, the health matters. Variety. I think you should have competition for quality. For example, there should be no single vendors in large parks. The people, for example, in Hyde Park are very nice people, but they have had exclusive to all of Hyde Park and the waterfront by the Hyde Park for over 20 years. Why? Why exclusivity? Also, you should not allow any more junk food on street vendors. Keep the ones that are, but the new ones, make them only for healthy food, such as New York did. The new ones, welcome if you are going to sell fruits or fruit juices or smoothies or so on. And service hours, set minimum hours. Yes, it's set minimum hours. So they gotta open 52 weeks of the year, and that's really, really important. So Toronto Council, please make living healthy the easy choice.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. I think to speak, Councillor Moise is working on a motion, so we're going to hold this one down as well and come back to it. Not 100% ready, so the clerks don't have it yet. So we're going to hold this one down as well and continue with our very full agenda. So we are going to go to EC 27.4, Toronto Action Plan to Confront Anti-Black Racism, Year 5 update. And we have deputants on that. So we have a list of speakers for that, and I will call you in order. The first speaker is Amanda Otley. Welcome to committee.
Hi, thank
you.
You
have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Amanda Otley, and I will be honest with you. I am heartbroken that I have to sit here today, not because I don't believe in this process, but because I should not have to spend 3 minutes convincing anyone in this room that feeding Black children is a priority. This city has already made the decision, and I'm asking you to honor it. On December 17, 2024, Toronto City Council declared food security a municipal emergency. Not a concern, not a long-term priority, an emergency. And in that same declaration, Council Directive MM 24.42 the city manager was directed to account for food security in all ongoing and future work. This report is ongoing work, and this report does not mention MM 24.42, not once. 36.6% of Black children in Toronto are living in food insecure households, 3.5 times the rate for white children. After a Scarborough family on minimum wage pays market rent, they have $1.81 a day for food. Not per meal, per day. So I looked at what this report plans to do in 2026 for food security in the Black community. Priority work point 2, the food security section, lists 2 items for this year: Black data capacity building and ecosystem integration. That is the city's answer to a food emergency for children living on $1.81 a day. More data, more ecosystem. Not one intervention that puts food on a table, not one action that feeds a Black child next week. You declared an emergency. This report does not reflect that decision. Because when a child is hungry, waiting is not neutral. Waiting is the decision. I am asking a member of this committee to move the amendment I have submitted. The full text is in your package. It is a pivot within existing resources. It does not require a new budget line. It requires political will. Because you do not measure a child's hunger, you interrupt it. Move the amendment. Feed our Black kids. Let history record that when this committee knew, you did not look away. Thank you.
Thank you. I have just a quick question of you. Did you get a chance to look at the amendment on, so is Amanda still with us?
Oh, yes, I'm still here. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. I have a quick question, which is, did you get a chance, there's an attachment or an appendix that talks about Black food sovereignty. Did you get a chance to look at that? Because the report itself is massive, so has a number of different elements to it.
Yes, thank you for your question. I did absolutely have a look at the Black food sovereignty report, as well as the other documentation that was submitted. And I would direct you to have a look at the Growing Together report. It actually differentiates between food sovereignty and food security.
Yes, okay.
So food sovereignty is a long-term intervention. And a long-term intervention is not an emergency response. So it's not a question of replacing food sovereignty. It's saying that this council declared food insecurity an municipal emergency.
Thank you.
Ongoing. Sorry. I thought I had 3 minutes to respond. Sorry.
No, we have in total 3 minutes.
Thank you.
My next question is around, I think the greatest investment that's been made in food security, I think municipally in Canada, has been the mayor championing the creation of universal school food program. Would you consider that part of acting on food security, particularly since it does respond to kind of all the work that you've been referring to and championing for a long time?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. I think it is amazing what the city has done in terms of making sure that I believe it is 330,000 children at school will now be able to access food. At 185 of city camps, kids will receive meals, and that's great for school-age children. The amendment that I have asked, and I am begging someone on this committee to move, is for those kids 0 to 5 who will not be able to benefit from that expansion in support. So kids 0 to 5 aren't in school yet. They're not going to campus yet. and they are the ones most at risk of facing the long-term burden of not having enough to eat.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
yes, sorry.
No, thank you. Thank you for your answers. We're going to move on to the next speaker, Emmanuel Mellis. Emmanuel, I believe you're, Emmanuel, you're online. Welcome to committee. Emmanuel? Emmanuel is not responding right now, so we're going to go to the next one. Oh, there you are. Okay, go ahead. Thank you. You have 3 minutes. You have to unmute. Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Bravo and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I have submitted a detailed submission, and so I will focus on the areas that we may want to pay attention to. But before I say that, I just want to mention that I was one of the 12 residents that was appointed by the previous mayor to be in the Partnership and Accountability Circle for the first 3 years of the implementation of the plan. I consider the current plan a covenant of the City of Toronto with Black communities, an important plan that tries to address barriers to economic opportunity, access to services, and participation in decision-making. The city has laid a strong foundation. The report identifies that nearly all planned actions have been completed alongside investments in community programs, youth employment, and improvement of data collection. It's also important to note that this aligns with global efforts in terms of the alignment with the UN Permanent Forum for People of African Descent that focus on accountability, structural change, and measurable results. I want to highlight 3 gaps. First, governance and authority. The unit at the moment doesn't have the authority to really ensure consistent implementation across divisions. It coordinates, but no capacity or authority to ensure consistent implementation across divisions. Second, economic outcomes. We need clearer public reporting on jobs, income, and procurement. And third, funding. Black-led organizations that are partners in solution to the city and implementing the plan need stable multi-year support. So the question before Council and this committee is, will the unit in the coming years, starting this year, continue to be enabled to deliver system-level structural changes? There are clear next steps that the city might want to consider going forward. Number 1, publicly report progress on measurable targets for employment, income, and procurement. Second, link those targets to budget decisions so divisions are accountable for results. Third, provide multi-year funding to Black organizations so that they have long-term capacity. For me, these are not symbolic changes. They are practical steps to align the covenant that the city has with accountability. Because ultimately, I believe this is a matter of credibility. So the city has said that confronting anti-Black racism remains a priority. The question is whether that priority shows up in economic decisions and measurable outcomes. If the next phase builds on progress of the last 5 years while strengthening accountability and advancing structural change, then we can expect meaningful results. That, I believe, is what a covenant requires.
That's time.
Thank you, and I welcome your question.
Thank you very much for being here. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, we're going to go to the next speaker, Adi Yaman. Adi Yaman, is that online in the room? No. The next speaker is Dane Williams. Is Dane in the room? Online? No. Alex Dow. Alex is not here. Is Alex online? No. Kimmy Jacobs? Online. Kimmy, welcome to committee.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you see me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi, greetings. Thanks for giving me this time to speak, and I have to speak very quickly, given that we only have 3 minutes. I'm Kemi Jacobs, the former ED of Delta Family, an organization in Northwest Toronto which was involved in the development of Toronto's anti-Black racism plan more than 5 years ago. We have partnered with this CABR unit and can address how the existence of the unit and the city's commitment has led to systemic differences for Toronto's Black communities. We are pleased that since the launch of the plan in 2018, more than 90% of the identified actions have been delivered. CABR has met many of its outcomes and has been a catalyst, which has facilitated and resulted in changes for Toronto's Black communities in areas such as funding for 2 Black-mandated early years centers, the mushrooming of targeted culturally responsive programming for Black families in unapologetic ways, the eventual funding of Toronto's first Francophone shelter and other housing initiatives for Black communities, and these are systemic changes which hadn't happened before. Investment in over 100 predominantly Black groups and organizations annually to build organizational capacity, increase in culturally responsive services for diverse Black communities, and the creation of economic opportunities through targeted hiring and support for Black-owned businesses. However, more work is needed. While we recommend that the city accepts this report, the stark reality of continued gaps in many areas also moves us to make key recommendations, like my brother Emmanuel did. We recommend that the next phase of CABR funding includes multi-year consistent funding for B3 organizations, continued investment in culturally responsive services, which provides evidence-based services that impact positively on Black communities, investments in strategies that address systemic barriers faced by Black residents in areas of housing, education, food security, financial literacy, and economic empowerment, and a system for transparent public reporting. CABR's 5-year plan has been a meaningful start, but it is just that, a start. The real work is in continuing to advance towards the vision, towards completing and extending the covenant which the city has made to Black Torontonians, and creating tangible, measurable targets that can be documented and measured as we attain the goal of integrating the prevention of anti-Black racism into the way in which the city walks, talks, and operates. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much for being here. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. I'm going to go through the list of, Waleed Kogali Ali, and then I'll go through the rest of the list for one more shot. Is Waleed here? Yeah, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, members of committee. My name is Waleed Kogali Ali, and I am a member of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee, known as CABRAC, and I'm here to speak to this item, the Toronto Action Plan to Confront Anti-Black Racism, to raise a critical concern in regarding governance, accountability, and process. Let me begin by acknowledging that Toronto's action plan to confront anti-Black racism represents an important and necessary commitment by the city to address systemic anti-Black racism. The 5-year update is a significant milestone, and the work reflected in this report matters deeply to Black communities across Toronto. However, there's a serious gap that must be addressed. Despite the completion of public consultation and the direct relevance of this report to CABRAC's mandate, the committee has not had an opportunity to review or provide input on this update prior to its consideration today. This is not a minor procedural issue, it's a fundamental governance concern. While it has been noted that the action plan is directed by the Partnership and Accountability Circle, as outlined in the item, CABRAC has a distinct and essential role. Our mandate is to advise City Council on policies, programs, and institutional efforts to confront anti-Black racism and to support accountability in this work. That advisory role cannot be fulfilled after decisions are made. It must be part of the process. And I will really appreciate it if members of council and city staff will pay attention to this. I'm not here for performative remarks. I think we need to be very serious with anti-Black racism. When members of the public are not permitted to depute, for example, on the impact of investments in policing, for example, like that is truly disturbing. When items like this just come forward to this committee without going through an advisory body, that is truly disturbing. When evictions are happening in this city, impacting Black members of our community, 40% of TCHC tenants are Black, and there's no moratorium on evictions, that is systemic anti-Black racism. I'm not here for performative remarks. I'm not here for performative deputations. I'm calling on this committee to take action on anti-Black racism seriously, not through referrals or procedure or excuses on process. We need action now. Black families, Black communities are suffering in this city. Thank you.
Are there any questions of the deputant? I do have a couple of questions. First of all, the item around evictions, as you know, is not before us, but this plan is. But I did want to ask around the process questions. Are you aware that there's a PAC, there's a committee that was created at the outset in terms of creating the Confronting Anti-Black Racism plan, and that committee has continued to advise staff throughout the process?
Yes, I do. And I do know of the MOA between both bodies. And our expectation is for the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee to have an opportunity to review the Toronto Action Plan, provide input on what the final version before it comes to this committee. And I'm just hoping that we could pivot and course correct and make sure that the recommendations that will be made, hopefully at the May meeting of CABRAC, will be embedded in the final version of the Toronto Action, the final version of the action plan before it goes to council.
Okay,
because we don't have input.
Minutes, so
go ahead.
The challenge of what I'm wrestling with here is that committee that was created to advise on the production of a plan also is representative of the community, is it not?
Yes, and both committees should be consulted so they could provide evidence that could be considered at City Council and through this committee. If the action plan was to go through CABRAC, theoretically, and members of CABRAC were able to be engaged and involved in the final recommendations that go to City Council, I think it will meet both committees or bodies' needs.
So I understand the mandate of CABRAC is slightly different in that there is an intergovernmental dimension to that, and it is an advisory committee at which I understand you will be actually considering this item at your next meeting. So are you saying that before councillors or staff see this, before councillors see it, that it needs to go through the funnel of an advisory committee? Because
of course, I think if we want to value the input of the members of the public that were appointed by City Council to provide that direct advice, they should have an opportunity to provide input on the plan.
Advice, I really want to be clear on this because I would not want there to be a misunderstanding about process. So the process has had integrity from the beginning. It's been laid out. You will have a chance, at CABRAC members will have a chance to consider the item, but you're saying that before, that there should be some kind of holding of the pen. And I am challenging you to answer if you consider that to be part of the mandate, because that is not the mandate of any other advisory committee, and that we do have a set of rules here and systems to ensure that there's maximum transparency and accountability, and that this is the process that guarantees that.
I think if both the CABRAC and the Partnership Circle were consulted on the final plan before it goes to this committee and City Council, that will be the ideal situation. So that's my position.
Create a whole set of different rules, but that's but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bravo.
Okay. Are there any other questions of the deputant? Go ahead.
Yeah, could I just make sure that we're clear here? Is it clear to you what's before us is an update on the work of CABRAC and the staff that work with them, and there are no recommendations here, and there won't be at council either. All that we're asked to do today is to receive an update.
You're receiving an update before another body that is mandated to also be consulted when it comes to the Toronto Action Plan hasn't received it. My point, Councillor Carroll, is a simple point, and that is CABRAC should also be given the opportunity to review this Toronto Action Plan before it is brought to this body.
So the action plan, so just so we're clear, the action plan has been adopted by council a long time ago. This is what we asked for, ongoing updates on their work.
That is correct,
This is an ongoing
they're
update.
also...
We're taking no decisions. We're not changing the plan in any way. We're just checking to make sure that the work to do that plan is continuing.
I agree with you. There are also motions that were passed by CABRAC to enhance and improve this plan, and we would like to see those amendments made to the action plan before it comes to this committee. So there are proposed changes that came forward through CABRAC.
That clarifies, because that wasn't clear in your deputation. So I was confused as to why.
Thank you for asking
clarification. It was an update on your work. If there were amendments that didn't make it out of CABRAC and to council, you're at liberty to contact council members and say there are things in the plan we think need to be amended, but staff's hands are tied in that. They're to give an update. They're not asking council to change the plan. Council adopted a plan and they want it completed.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of recommendations that were put forward, and I hope that CABRAC will be able to finalize whatever recommendations are going to come to council before we approve the next iteration of this action plan.
Right, but this is a progress report. This is not an iteration of the plan to be changed. That would be a different type of report to council. That's not what this report.
I appreciate that, and this is why we will
be highly unusual for that to happen if we're getting the update we ordered to then say, and oh, by the way, council, we'll update you on your work, but we don't like your plan. We want to change it. That's an entirely different piece of work.
I think it was came to a surprise to many members of CABRAC, including myself, that this item was coming to this committee. If we were notified that there will be an opportunity to speak to the action plan at the next meeting, and I'm thankful, grateful to Mohammed Shoria, who confirmed that that is going to be the case for the next CABRAC meeting, that will be ideal. But that is something that I think we need to take into consideration when we're thinking about how items flow for approval at council. And you can't just not have that item discussed by CABRAC.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
No, okay. Any other questions of the speaker? I'm just going to do one last chance for Adi Iman. Dane Williams, Alex Dow. Alex is online. Hi, Alex. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. So thank you, Councillor Bravo, and sorry I had the little technical snafu earlier, but I'm here representing United Way Greater Toronto. I'm the director of the Neighborhood Solutions Strategy, and it's been a pleasure working alongside the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit, and United Way has certainly benefited from some of their really outstanding work that's been influencing policy investments and bringing more B3 partners to the table. The Black Mandated Funders framework work has been really instrumental, was really well done. It changed the way that United Way funds Black-led, Black-focused, and Black-serving organizations, what we call B3 organizations. And it's been an important mechanism to expand United Way's partnerships with B3 organizations in the city. So I kind of wanted to paint that picture, I think, for committee of how this is influencing other funders, other jurisdictions to do this work better based on some of the groundbreaking pieces put in place by this unit. We have expanded the number of B3 organizations that we fund. We've built on the relationship. We've deepened the relationships with them. We do more strategic work with them. We work with the unit, staff in the unit, to deliver the Black Resilience Cluster, which brings together 70 B3 organizations. It's our largest cluster in the community coordination plan, and I think that speaks for something. We've also been able to invest more and more intentionally in more B3 grassroots groups and emerging groups. And so I wanted to share with the committee that it has had a lasting impact on how United Way approaches equity-informed investment as well as partnership. A couple of examples, we're working on Kemi Jacobs recently stepping down from Delta Family Resource Center, but an amazing collaborative initiative with B3 agencies that we've been able to fund called the Black Agency Network to support Black youth in care. We're working with Black Health Alliance with the city around a data governance initiative with partners. So those are just some of the examples, just to give you some tangible things that are coming out of this work. I will wrap there because I know you're pressed for time. But yes, we continue to enjoy working collaboratively with the unit and the division to better understand those gaps for both the organizations and the Black communities that they serve in the city.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Shen, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Alex, as you head an organization that is across the GTA, this work that we're doing is within the City of Toronto through CABR unit. Has CABR unit here from City of Toronto, through your work, impacted how the service is happening across the GTA, particularly in confronting anti-Black racism?
Yes, definitely. I think one of the speakers that maybe wasn't here or couldn't make it in the conversation, Arlene Coventry, is from the Region of Peel. We work closely with her. We actually adapted some of the lessons from an initiative that we did with the Black Resilience Cluster around capacity building, and there's some funding attached to that in the Region of Peel. And so I know she was in contact, for example, with the Confronting Anti-Black Racism unit, and we were able to bring some of the lessons from something we funded to Peel agencies as well. So it is definitely also with York. We've had the conversation, and we're coordinating kind of co-investments or approaches as well with them. So that's kind of our territory, but I would imagine the unit's been contacted by others as well, both in the GTHA and then also beyond.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of the deputant? I have a quick question. Councillor Shan also alluded to this, said, I don't think that there are any other cities that United Way works with that would have something like this action, like a Confronting Anti-Black Racism unit in a plan. Is that correct?
That is correct. I think they might have one element of the work. So the Black Mandated Funders Framework, there might be, for example, that kind of a piece, but I don't think anybody has a dedicated team and a multi-year plan, to my knowledge.
Yeah, I think to my knowledge, it doesn't really exist anywhere in North America. But the question I wanted to ask was around the Partnership Advisory Circle to which you belong. How important is it for the plan to be informed by organizations that have the capacity and the mandate to make some changes that are more structural or systemic? You've alluded to a bit about how the funding has been realigned, but how does that kind of ethos from United Way, how do you carry it through kind of down into the ground for example, the funded partner organizations?
So I should just acknowledge I'm not on the Partnership Advisory Council, but I kind of co-lead the cluster tables. And so I have line of sight there. I don't know if you wanted me to answer that
That's
question.
Great. It's part of but United Way is at your organization is at the table. So
Yes. Yeah. I think, so I mentioned it a little bit. It's important that we do this work with those that are on the ground, and they'll have the best sense of like, what are the still unmet gaps? And then also what are their organizations facing in this particularly tumultuous time, I think, for like all of our nonprofit partners in the city. But we know that there are acute pressures and kind of historic kind of funding gaps and things like that with B3 organizations in particular, as well as Indigenous organizations. And so, you know, a lot of what we're doing is really creating the social, what we would call the social infrastructure in United Way speak or social development speak, which means we're putting in place the networks, we're building the relationships and the trust so that we can accomplish more together. So an example would be like when there is, a settlement crisis or something like that, that we're able to kind of, we've got something like our anchors, the equivalent of our anchors. You have folks embedded across the city, smaller partners, medium-sized partners, larger partners that can then mobilize a collective response and a citywide response.
Great. That's great. Sorry, I'm
Okay.
up to time. Love to continue to talk about this, but Arlene Coventry-Bauer from Region of Peel actually had incorrectly signed up for a different item, but we do want to hear from Arlene if she's here. Wonderful. Thank you so much for being here, Arlene, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Through the chair and members of the committee, my name is Arlene Coventry-Bauer. I'm the manager of the Community Capacity Investment at the Region of Peel. I'm here today as an ally and a partner in the City of Toronto's equity work with specific alignment to the Black Funding Framework. Peel has unique demographics like the City of Toronto, with 18% or 1 in 5 Black Ontarians living in Peel. Despite this significant presence, Black communities in Peel, like Toronto, still face persistent and systemic disparities related to housing, employment, education, and health. To respond with intention, leadership and council endorsed the region's first Peel Black Funding Framework, with co-designed with community, not for community, to address long-standing gaps in access to funding, to strengthen organizational capacity, and improve service delivery for Black communities across Peel, which aligns to the City of Toronto's framework. Throughout Peel's journey, we've collaborated with the City of Toronto staff, sharing evidence, informed best practices, processes, and lessons learned, which has strengthened Peel's model, ensuring it reflects lived experiences and on-the-ground realities. Over the past 2 years, the Region of Peel can successfully say they've delivered $2 million through the framework through Human Services Division. The impact has been tangible as what is before you in the report. We've funded 43 agencies, 37% were new to the region's funding streams. We've supported more than 600,000 Black resident interactions across Peel. We also see new youth employment pathways, increased support for 4,500 families who experience food insecurity. We've strengthened organizational capacity, increased partnerships, as well as new funding for services in Peel totaling over $950,000. Beyond grants, we are building sustainable, not-for-profit ecosystems. Through a funding partnership with the United Way, which Alex just spoke about, 500 not-for-profit racialized leaders have participated in community building workshops. Early evidence through our evaluations show gains in program accessibility, consistency, cultural relevance, as well as improvement in governance, leadership, financial management, and sustainability within organizations. Looking ahead, the Region of Peel looks forward to continue to work and collaborate with the City of Toronto Community Grants and Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit, sharing knowledge, building synergies, discussing gaps, aligning processes, sharing evaluation, and building systems capacity to support continued building of inclusive, diverse, thriving communities across the GTHA.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? We have visiting Councillor Fletcher would like to ask some questions.
Yes, good morning. I just wonder how many community benefits agreements you have signed in Peel.
You know, that is not under my area, but we have been working diligently with United Way and the Community Benefits Network. I can find out that information for you to share it.
Okay, I'll find out from CBN. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Arlene, for being here. And if I'll allow myself, I was very active in some of the working tables about 12 years ago in Peel, and it's wonderful to see the progress that you've made. So now we are on to questions of staff. We've got Councillor Moyse, Councillor Carroll, and I'll ask some questions as well. Go ahead, Councillor Moyse.
Thank you, Chair. What are some of the ongoing gaps you still see in regards to some of the items that we're talking about here?
So through the chair, some of the key challenges we still see facing the Black communities, particularly around housing stability and displacement. We are seeing through the data increase in evictions and displacement of Black communities, but also loss of traditionally Black neighborhoods. So that part of our work through the Grown in Place attempts to address that. We're also seeing some food security challenges with the Black communities facing twice the food insecurity rate. We are attempting to address that through the major investment made by City Council in the school food program, as well as our Black food work. And also the broader economic challenge of unemployment, with Black youth facing double the unemployment rate compared to other youth. So some of the work that we're doing around youth employment is targeted towards supporting Black communities.
You mentioned evictions. I know that in TCHC, the eviction rate is 1 to 3%, which is significantly low. But in regards to evictions in the private sector, can you maybe talk about some of the steps the city have taken to perhaps reduce evictions, for example, or rents?
Sorry, Councillor Moyse, I stopped your time, or I accidentally reset it. I think that those questions belong on a different item. Would you be able to ask them, because it's a different staff?
Okay.
Unless
well, he brought it up. I just wanted to.
Okay.
I can quickly speak to, through the chair, some of the work being led by our Housing Secretariat Office around the EPIC program to provide supports. But I think more broadly, I wanted to highlight the challenge around Black households overrepresented in core housing need, and some of the broader investments being made around supportive housing and building out more affordable housing the city is making are steps in the right direction.
Okay, wonderful. And just in regards to the 10-year renewal action plan, I see that it's coming before us in Q2 2027. Is that on track to happen? And are there any reasons why perhaps that may not happen? I know that it was supposed to come before us before now, and it keeps being deferred.
So through the chair, the team has done significant community engagement with over 5,000 residents engaged and approximately 134 engagement touchpoints. We are going to be taking the time over the next few months to deepen that engagement work with communities, to validate some of the key actions, and to work internally with our key divisions to secure commitments of what key actions the city can take to address some of the structural challenges and the barriers faced by Black communities. And this will help us bring forward a very cohesive and strengthened report before City Council in Q2 of 2027.
Okay. And my final question really is about working in partnership with other jurisdictions that are experiencing the same things as Toronto, perhaps sharing best practices.
Through the chair, Councillor Moyse, thank you for this question. As you saw with the deputant, Arlene, we have been working with various municipal bodies as well as international ones. We partnered with Peel to advance some of their work. They have a strong anti-Black racism group there. We also have done trainings throughout the province, namely Newmarket. And we also had a learning opportunity with the Swiss government about 2 years ago. So one of the great things about this particular particular plan is that there's items available online for anyone to engage. So we've had very formal engagements with other municipalities, but we've also had very casual ways in which people have asked us how we developed our plan.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carroll, questions of staff?
Oh, thank you. So today we're getting an update on what's transpired thus far in the 5 years. The list sort of focuses on the list in the appendix. It focuses on achievements over those 5 years, gaps, things you're still grappling with. For instance, we heard about the struggle to get the food program brought down to the 0 to 5 years, and that we were talking offline about some of the challenges there that are being grappled with. What we next see after this is coming back with the 10-year plan. At that time, will we get sort of a cataloging of these are things that are more complicated, these are the things that we've got to grapple with, and they'll be prioritized in the next 10-year plan?
So through the chair, that is correct. City staff are reviewing the levers available to the city, both around employment, around justice, around housing, and ways for us to use those levers to address some of the systemic barriers faced by Black communities, and that will be embedded in the new 10-year action plan.
Okay, and that's a significant leap. We set a policy, we adopted a plan, and agreed to fund it for 5 years. But coming back with a 10-year plan, pretty much it's as good as making this a permanent unit in the City of Toronto parlance. Am I right? Is that the track we might be going down?
So through the chair, to achieve this, the work requires a major cultural shift and consistent efforts by city staff with community partners. And so the 5-year action plan has provided tremendous progress, but there's more work ahead. And so when the report comes forward next year, City Council will be able to reconfirm that work is critical.
Right, and that plan has got to. Well, there has been some monitoring projects all through this plan. I would assume by making a 10-year plan, we could have sort of first 5 years, and then a really robust monitoring to see if the things we are doing in the community that we see in the list here have had an impact to the point where it actually begins to show up in our data in a significant way. Would we see that built in an energetic way in the 10-year plan?
So through the chair, that is correct. I think one example I would highlight is the data for equity work. In the first 5 years, we built a foundation for consistent data collection around social demographic information for different city divisions that will allow us to track outcomes for Black communities and create benchmarks. And so in the next 10-year action plan, we'll be able to use that to move forward on understanding the benchmarks and ways for improvement. We've also been able to improve data collected through the community sector with our partnership with United Way and ensuring, again, consistent data collection. You can only improve what you measure, and now we actually are able to quantify the challenges and opportunities ahead.
Okay, I had one more question, Madam Chair, if you would mind indulging me. Yeah, we have 5 minutes. And that is, I'm wondering if CABRAC themselves have sat and grappled with this issue. The food issue arrays, and there are others, like access to recreation programs, things like that. There's a challenge in that we have a policy to build access across all communities. We've had a policy approach that says you get people in by doing universal access. Universal access has been our approach to student nutrition. It removes barriers, it removes stigma. We've tried to do that with the welcome letter. If you meet the criteria and you do it, come one, come all, get your welcome letter. But we've always taken a broad sort of widen the net approach to it. But for CABRAC, we're now asked to really focus in. So have they discussed, are there policies where we need to have addendum attached to the policies that we have on the books so that there's the universal approach, but there can still be an approach to outreach and targeting that really begins to move the needle on what the data show right now.
So through the chair, certainly targeted universalism, the approach of ensuring that we remove systemic barriers faced by certain communities, such as the Black community, is an approach that has proven effective in, for instance, some of our COVID vaccine uptake. We particularly targeted the Black community and other communities that were facing low vaccination rates and was able to get the numbers up. So that's an example of successful targeted universalism amongst many others. And that approach—
That's the term, targeted universalism. And maybe that gets us
That's
there.
your time.
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? I have a couple of questions. Just to pick up on the challenges of the Amanda Ali's comment about the gap for children 0 to 5 who are not helped by a universal school nutrition program. Can you comment on how much, for example, for the City of Toronto to do this work, if a child is in childcare, they would be fed, but if they're not in childcare, that's a significant gap. How much of feeding in the early years, or like the taking care of social determinants of health in the early years, is really an area of provincial jurisdiction that the City of Toronto has kind of taken up in some ways, but that really does require like a health lens, a public health, a precautionary health approach?
So through the chair, it is certainly an area of provincial oversight. We have, as best as possible, been trying to support. So as an example, our community service partnerships, we fund roughly $4.2 million in community organizations that are providing food hampers and food supports to a variety of residents, including Black residents. We've also worked with our colleagues in Children's Services to support culturally relevant food in our childcare spaces, but more can certainly be done, and there will be a requirement for provincial engagement.
Right, and to be able to actually bridge the gap, there's some historically public health has had the resources, I believe, with provincial partnership to fund programs that were in addition to sort of like drop-in programs for mothers, and that could be an area. But the early on program, is that a place that could focus and provide, which is a provincial program, provide more support? Which it's supposed to bias and help for the best start possible. And because the deputy is absolutely correct, the most crucial health investment we can make is in child nutrition, and particularly 0 to 5, 0 to 6.
So through the chair, that is correct. And I would just only add that the literature has shown that the most viable and the most impactful way for us to address food insecurity is through income supports, either increasing social assistance rates, which have not increased, or providing greater economic opportunity. And I know on the agenda is our inclusive economic opportunity, and that's one way we can build up capacity for folks to have ability to purchase food and to sustain themselves.
No, thank you. I was going to ask about that, so thanks for getting there first. I'm not sure who would answer this question, but I do think that there is an important procedural question that's been raised, and I want to make sure that everyone has the same understanding. Am I correct in understanding that a report by staff cannot be considered until it comes to a committee by another advisory body, a round table, a working table? Does anybody know that? Like, is the report real before it comes here?
So, through the chair, I can't speak for clerks, but I'll just simply say that our standard practice has been to present the report after it's been considered by committee and council to the CABRAC. We have never presented the action plans before, and through the chair, the broader distinction between the responsibilities and scopes between CABRAC and the Partnership Accountability Table are delineated in a 2021 Memorandum of Understanding, that the Partnership Accountability Table is the program advisory body that oversees the action plan, whereas CABRAC is intended to focus on the International Decade for Black people, African people of descent, priorities around justice, and more intergovernmental conversations.
Right, and just like, for example, the Housing Rights Advisory Committee has we forwarded to them often reports from the Toronto Shelter Division that are considered at this committee. There's been a motion to forward there so that they can have a lens on a report that's come to ECDC. Maybe the general manager of Toronto Shelter can comment on that.
Thank you to you, Chair. You're correct. Shelter-related reports would traditionally come to this body first and then find their way through to the Housing Rights Advisory Committee for review and consideration.
Okay, thank you. So just to be clear that this is the way that the process works, and there isn't any kind of, there's no nefarious intent, but that we have to make sure that there's a democratic access to information because the public does have a right to be part of this, and deputations are the way to do it. Thank you. So I see no further questioners to speak. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to say thank you to the CABR unit for all the work that they do. Under the leadership of Kimba Byam. I engage with the team on a regular basis, just because, for many reasons, because, I have a vested interest in it. My community has a vested interest in it. And so we want to make sure that they are supported in every possible way. I also sit in other organizations. The FCM rep for the city. And I also sit on the anti-racism committee at FCM. And so as a result of that, I know that they're in constant communication with the CABR unit, asking for advice and how we do things in Toronto, best practices, and so on and so forth. So when I speak at those tables, I often refer to the work we're doing here in the city, and people are actually quite impressed by it and want to learn from us. We have our AGM in June in Edmonton, and speaking to the FCM team there, they also interested perhaps in even having our CABR unit come and perhaps speak to them and present to them. And I've been in conversation with Kimba about that, and I hope that they're able to attend and hopefully present to the team there. So I'm also looking forward to the 10-year action plan that will be coming before us in Q2 2027. I know a lot of work has gone into that. I've been at a few consultations and organizations that have given input on the 10-year action plan. And I look forward to supporting that when that comes to council. So thank you once again.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shan, you had your hand up.
Thank you. I also want to echo the remarks by Councillor Moyes to say that I was fortunate to be on council when we initially passed the motion to start the 5-year plan, and I've seen the phenomenal amount of work that's been done by a small but mighty team looking at a structural issue that has persistently been an issue for centuries in our country and particularly in our city. So thank you to all the staff and volunteers and all the affiliated organizations that work together to address systemic anti-Black racism in the city, but also having an impact across the GTA, as we heard from United Way of Greater Toronto, but to many cities that are trying to address the issue. In some cases, they're not trying to address the issue, but the pressure of having a successful program in one city always creates a ripple effect positively across the country. I think my work of council has been around youth employment, that I've had a lot of interactions with the unit, looking at structural ways to address youth unemployment, particularly faced by Black youth in the city. So I just wanted to thank the staff, and I'm also looking forward to the 10-year plan. I'm glad it's 10-year, not 5-year, and so we can commit to a longer-term strategy. Obviously, there will be changes that are made throughout those periods, but we need to look at this systemic issue of centuries with a bit of a long-term vision, and looking forward to seeing a plan. But also would be very interested in seeing how the unit and their fabulous impact can be felt in more jurisdiction even within City of Toronto. There are more jurisdictions and more departments within City of Toronto that can definitely benefit from the expertise and the lived knowledge and programming knowledge and policy knowledge that this unit has. And so trying to find an intra-jurisdictional impact and a mechanism to do that in the 10-year would be an amazing thing. So we can actually start to see all parts of the City of Toronto change and address systemic anti-Black racism. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Carroll will speak now.
Yes, I don't have a motion either, but so happy to receive this report. The list of things achieved that we're looking at, it actually is quite remarkable. I hope as this goes to council will have a look at it. Some of the work going on, in places like parks and the library, not even places where they're tangibly handing in a benefit such as food or income support to somebody, but just changing the mindset of the people in that space. A huge amount of effort on display here that I really appreciate. But I have one outstanding thing throughout this work. We get people who come to us, and I still look at the issues within the city, things like procurement, how our social development policies get people forward. I had someone walk into my office who has an idea for building affordable modular housing, but he wants it to be a Black-owned business that wants to do it from outside the City of Toronto, but they want to come in and do it, but they want to be able to make sure that they are affordable ownership or affordable rental opportunities for the Black community. And we're still, as councillors, sometimes grappling with, I want to do this, but where do I start? And so I'm really hoping that is the work of the next 10 years, that it's so embedded that it's on the tip of every councillor or staff member who might be approached with something like that. Here you go. Here's what you do, and here's where you go. Because I think what we've done is awakened people thinking of those things and wanting to advance them. But I appreciate the enormity of some of the things that need to be done. And our chair touched on this in asking her questions. 0 to 5 food security requirements are incredibly fraught. We have to get on with that. And yet it's not entirely in our jurisdiction. There's no question about that. Healthy babies are supposed to be a priority for our province. And when we're seeing in the data that we need to focus on this community above all in that respect, then that is an emergency. And yet our sense of emergency is not shared with every order of government with respect to this community. And so we may have to, as we often do, front the initiative and sometimes even front the money to get it off the ground. We've had to do that in housing, but as often happens, the good news is it does often awaken the other orders of government, and they come. So I'm hoping that we can look at that in the next 10-year plan. But like my colleagues, I just really want to thank you for an enormous amount of work. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? I'll take a minute to also say thank you. I just want to take the moment to look back about where we started. There was a crisis, an opportunity, and the creation of this unit and this work has produced, I think, one of the most radical changes the most material changes I've seen, which is the Toronto Community Crisis Service, which was the #1 recommendation that came forward. The way it has been brought in an incremental way, tested, piloted, deeply in partnership with communities and responsive, showing success and then expanding to the rest of the city. And I know west of Dufferin, we were really excited to have that. I want to also indicate how many other city processes have been influenced by this. We discussed this in our, and included this frame in the chair of the Board of Health would know that in our strategic plan for Toronto Public Health. It's just like it ripples everywhere, and it has influenced a number of different approaches, including children's services strategic plan and the look about ensuring that there's navigation support and access so that people who have been far from the opportunity to get into that child care spot are getting real support and help. These are really significant, tangible, and structural changes. And I just want to lift up what Councillor Nathan said around the lessons, because we are, the generation of good practices here is absolutely crucial to capture, to have some kind of like a repository, a community of practice where all of the work that's been done out of this unit can ripple out and support other divisions. And I view social development as a sort of like an incubator of great ideas that sometimes end up elsewhere. But in this case, we have a real opportunity to ensure that and I think that Councillor Shan's recommendation here that when we look to the next 10-year plan, that there is some kind of recommendation or some advancement on the idea of the practices, because you're generating a series of solidarity practices that are really crucial. And I think that's important to celebrate. I just want to thank everyone for their work. Thank you for the deputants. And of course, there's more to do, but I can say that it's really gratifying when I talk to representatives from other cities and equivalent positions that this just doesn't exist anywhere else. And that is why the eyes of major global cities are often on Toronto for this because of the way that this has rolled out and the impact it's made. So thanks for everyone who worked on this. And with that, I think we're going to go to a vote. All in favor of receiving the item? Opposed? That's carried. That's adopted. So we are at 12:18. I think what we'll do quickly is deal with the motions from this morning. We can go back to item 1, if that, with the indulgence of the committee. So item 1 is update on the business license and permit application action plan and other outstanding directives. I have a motion on that, and I want to thank the councillors. Oh, first of all, I want to, what this does is essentially defers one element, which had to do with nightclubs, but adopts the rest of the report. And here I must acknowledge and thank Councillor Fletcher for all of her work on this. She has been a real partner in this, and I'm delighted to see that this cutting of red tape, making it much easier for businesses to operate in this city. The dashboard that we saw is fantastic. The navigation, the support, the phone line. There's been a huge amount of advances in this work in the last 2 years. And what we're doing here is making a friendly environment for local businesses, small entrepreneurs to be able to succeed, and that's an important thing to recognize. There's really important work here that has to do with, as well, with getting out of the way around, for example, the selling of secondhand goods. That's pretty important for sustainability and circular economy. And then just continuing to clean up things that don't belong. For example, some strange and quirky exemptions like in Scarborough or misaligned work. So this is a real labor of lifting up through municipal licensing and standards and more economic opportunity, and I think that's really crucial. The nightclub and element and the contribution of the deputants, I really want to thank everyone who came to speak about their experience of how they interact with the question of this area of regulation. And the tightening up of this is important. And we all, I think, heard that there's different kinds of organized establishments, and we're pro-fun, pro-culture, pro-nightlife city, and we don't want to get in the way of those activities, particularly when they don't require additional scrutiny. So thanks, everybody, for that, and thank you, Councillor Moyse, for raising the question of deferral. So I appreciated working with you on that. That's really important. So all of those, any questions of the mover?
I just want to say how great the MLS staff has been in getting all of this sorted
Okay,
out.
so yeah, so I'll just wrap. Councillor, I should have given you the floor first. Go ahead.
I just want to say that they've been exceptional, Gatti and your team, just fantastic, always problem solving, moving to the next stage, making it, cutting that red tape and making it happen for businesses in the transition. So I just personally just want to thank you on behalf of all the businesses in my ward. Thanks so much, I think across the city.
Apologies, Councillor Fletcher, for not going to you first on that. I'd like to go to Councillor Moyse as well to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Bravo, and thank you for deferring this item, the 1E item. Again, deputations do matter, right? It's because of the community coming here and letting us know that this impacts them in a negative way. We took notice and actually made this change, and it's going to come back at a later date. Again, when I try to make decisions here, I try to use an equity lens in all that I do to make sure that no one's left behind. And so I'm really happy that Reps and Buddies Bad Times and others in the Church Wellesley neighborhood came forth and expressed their thoughts on this. And so we will look at it and make some changes, and hopefully, it'll be more digestible to our community. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other speakers? Seeing none on the amendment. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item as amended. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Great. So now we're going to go to EC 27.2, review of Toronto street vending and artists bylaws. Oh, we're still working on the final wording of the motion. So we're going to continue to hold that item. And we have two speakers at EC 27.5. I suggest that we hear from the speakers and then go into questions of staff and debate when we return. So the first speaker is Kumsa Bakr. Is Kumsa here? Is not here. Kumsa Bakr. The second speaker is Nicole Corrado. Nicole, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, is this about the Woodbine track?
This is about, yes, Woodbine, the Rexdale-Casino Woodbine Community Benefits Agreement 2025 progress update.
Yes, what I was going to say is there's absolutely no reason for Toronto to have horse racing anymore. Horse racing is absolutely abusive to the horses. The horses, so many horses die, or if they don't die, if they're injured or they are slowed down, they end up being slaughtered, and sometimes even.
Chair,
I'm just going to ask you to pause for a second.
There's no discussion about if there's horse racing, Chair. There is horse racing, whether we like it or not. That's not what's in front of us. So the deputant must address what's in front of us. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well,
if
what's
you
in
have
front
any,
of us is,
what's in front of
in front
us?
of us isn't it discussing about the finances of this?
No. That is not what's before us. What's before us is an update on a community benefits agreement that was signed to ensure that there are employment and other opportunities in the expansion of this casino. So if you don't have anything to say to the contents of the report, we're going to move on.
I was going to say, I don't think that's a good place for people to be working, because people are working alongside animal abuse, and even if they're not working along, even if they're not abusing animals, it affects other people.
I'm sorry, you're not
Toronto
on.
should ban it.
Thank you. I think that Kumsa's back, so we're going to go to our second speaker before we break. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the Economic and Community Development Committee. My name is Kumsa Bakar. I'm with the organization called the Toronto Community Benefits Network. And we were an essential organization in helping to advocate to ensure that if this development was going to proceed, that they have community benefit agreements that could deliver on local opportunities, equitable hiring, and benefits that could be shared broadly within our communities in Toronto. And so with today's report, we're really excited to see that many of the elements of the community benefits agreement have been achieved, whether it's around local hiring, equitable hiring, also around social procurement, as well as investments into the community through a new childcare center, as well as other neighborhood improvements. What I would say is that we've yet to see any updates as regards to the proceeding of the childcare center. Through a lot of research that has been done, what we have seen is that the local community is actually, the childcare coverage rate is below 30%, and researchers have indicated that the area is a childcare desert. And so we do want to see, with the $5 million investment that has been secured as part of this childcare center, that does proceed. And as part of future updates, we do want to see the community benefit agreements updates be shared, and that we can make sure that there's ongoing reporting on these outcomes. We did submit a letter with some of our key points, but I just did want to congratulate the City of Toronto, specifically the community benefits team, as well as One Toronto Gaming, as well as many of the organizations and groups that have been involved in monitoring this agreement. The TCBN is part of the Community Benefits Oversight Working Group, and so we're able to be at the table to make sure that the commitments in the agreement are achieved. And so I do want to just sort of share those comments today. Thank you.
Thank you. So the report does, I just have a quick question. The report does mention that negotiations on the agreement for the child care center are ongoing, but Children's Services is here, and I will ask them for more details on that.
Awesome, thank you.
And any other questions of the deputant? No, thank you. So when we come back, I mean, I could probably just knock off the question quickly if Children's Services is here, ready to answer. So where are we on the child care center? That was won by community fighting for this and the city's support.
Through the chair, we are currently negotiating the project and funding agreement with community housing. Once the agreement is established, we'll be able to convene the project team in order to develop a schedule. And we'll be able to provide more detail on the schedule once the agreement's in place.
Thank you. So are there any speakers on this item? No? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then I'm going to do a quick release of 27.11, which I mistakenly held for, because I thought that there was going to be a motion, and that is EC 27.11, further direction on report on rejoining the Association of Association Francophone des Municipalités de l'Ontario, and that is on that item. Any questions or no? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And with that, that brings us to the break. And when we return, we will go immediately to the we're continuing to do work on EC 27.2, EC 27.3. So when we return, we're going to continue from there. Thank you.
Recess till 1:30.
Recess till 1:30 p.m. Going to be starting in a couple of minutes, so if I can ask everyone to take your seats, please. Who wants this meeting to end on time? Can we just take our seats and we're going to get started? That includes members of the public service. Time to whisper. Amazing. So we're going to continue here. We had concluded with EC 27.5. We are going to go next to EC 27.6, Applegrove Community Complex update on relocation options. So if you signed up to depute, be prepared in a moment. I will just review the agenda again to say that following item 6, we'll be going to EC 27.2, review of Toronto street vending and artist bylaws. We're still working on EC 27.3, City of Toronto Inclusive Economic Development Framework with staff. And after we finish point 2, I will give you an update. So EC 27.6, Applegrove Community Complex update on relocation options. The first speaker is Vai-Tang Law. Vai-Tang Law is online. Welcome to committee.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
You can. You have 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay. Hi. So my name is Vai-Tang Law. I'm here to speak about the importance of finding and securing a permanent home for Applegrove Community Complex. I've been part of Applegrove for 27 years, starting as a participant in the after-school program, growing into the teen program, and when I grew out of that, I started working at the summer camp and the after-school program. When I graduated from university and found my first job in my studies, I continued to be part of Applegrove, volunteering as a board member, which I did for 8 years. As you can tell, Applegrove holds a very special place in my heart. During my entire time there as a participant, a staff, and a board member, facilities was always an ongoing issue. Running an organization in a shared space with the school and a rec center comes with benefits, but also a lot of limitations. As a participant, when I was a kid, I remember being very excited to check the monthly calendar of activities, and cooking was always my favorite. When school ended, I would run down to the lounge only to find out cooking wasn't happening as planned because the daycare needed the kitchen. I'd be very disappointed, but the staff always did an amazing job keeping us occupied and finding something else for us to do. As a staff, I became in charge of planning and creating the monthly activity calendars. I would spend hours on program planning, making sure to maintain the variety of incredible activities I got to experience as a kid. Cooking, games, sports, arts and crafts, movies, outdoor play, they honestly do everything there. On a pretty regular basis, we would be informed often last minute our plans had to change. We could no longer use the gym, the lounge, the classroom, or the kitchen. We would scramble to figure out what to do before 20 kids came running down, like I did when I was excited as a kid. What working at Applegrove really taught me was how to be a fast thinker, agile, and very accommodating. As a board member, I started to become aware of other restrictions impacting Applegrove. The space is actually permitted, which added significant cost. We had to make difficult decisions, such as increasing program fees. Staff were constantly told to scale back on supplies and snacks for the kids. Even though the wait lists were growing, Applegrove couldn't afford to permit another classroom to expand the programming, more services, or provide more services to a growing neighborhood. It's no doubt the services Applegrove provides has a big impact on the community. There are programs for prenatal, children, youth, adults, and seniors. They literally cover all ages. The staff are truly the backbone of this organization that makes this possible, and it's incredible what they've been able to do without having the space of their own. Can you imagine what they can accomplish with these day-to-day what they can accomplish if they didn't have these day-to-day interruptions and uncertainty in programming? My story is not unique to Applegrove. The current program director has a very similar story to myself. We were participants and co-workers together. Kids I was a camp counselor to are now the camp counselors. The program coordinators are dedicated people who have been there since I was a kid. And this is the type of community Applegrove builds, and giving them a permanent home is providing stability and support to this amazing organization.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? No. Thank you for coming to committee. The next deputant is Hamdi Abdo. Thank you. Hamdi is online. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, chairs and members of the committee. My name is Hamdi Abdo, and I was a former member of Applegrove, board member of Applegrove, and a past tenant in the Don Somerville community. During my time working and living in the neighborhood, I had the privilege of collaborating closely with Applegrove and seeing firsthand the impacts that Applegrove had on its residents, from young people finding their first employment opportunity, as Vi mentioned, to senior citizens, connecting and staying engaged in the community, and for families accessing viable supports that were crucial for their needs. This is just partly why I'm here today, to encourage the committee to support having a permanent home for the Applegrove community complex. Applegrove has been a cornerstone in the Don Somerville community, which is on the Leslieville, Woodbine, Coxwell corridors for over the last 4 decades. And what really separates Applegrove apart is its depth of its partnerships. While on the board, I witnessed how Applegrove worked closely with the East End community organizations, including Toronto Community Housing, Toronto East End Arts, the City of Toronto itself, to coordinate services, fill gaps and needs in the community, and amplify the voices of its residents across the Leslieville, Woodbine, and Coxwell region. This partnership between Applegrove and other community organizations, it wasn't really theoretical. It was pragmatic, practical. It had measured outcomes, and the model did work. And that was based on the constraints that it was dealing with in terms of servicing its community members. The challenges that Applegrove has been facing for the last few decades have principally been operating out of a facility that often is recognized as being undersized, fragmented, restricted in hours. And despite all these constraints, they've been doing phenomenal work and having real impacts in the community. I can only imagine what they could do with having a permanent home. And this means more important now than ever, especially as the East End community has exacerbated in size with all the redevelopment in the area. This growth includes a myriad of people with different income levels. There's going to be a higher proportion of people with families in the area, and seniors themselves. So I think Applegrove is, tethered to making huge contributions in the next 10 to 20 years in the East End community. And I can only imagine what it would look like without having a permanent home. So I think the call is quite necessary to bring to the board's attention of the, opportunities to expand an already great program. My only last thing is, being in the community, I can unequivocally and vehemently shout out the rooftops that these partnerships between Applegrove and other community members, I've seen firsthand being very impactful in my experience.
Over time.
I respectfully ask the committee today to support a permanent home for Applegrove. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Councillor Fletcher would like to ask some questions. Yes. Go ahead, Councillor. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for being here. I'll be very quick, but I think that you were part of the revitalization team for Don Somerville, correct, Hamdi?
Correct, yeah.
Did you win a scholarship from for that, one of the tenants who won a scholarship through?
Yeah. Correct. Yeah, me and my family members each won scholarships as a result of this program and partnership with. As a result
of the revitalization and the zoning. Anyway, we put that in all of our things. So, Councillor Carroll will know about that because she had is a revitalization of that nature. And then I believe you were helping in Rivertown with the Rivertown Youth Council because that's where you moved you relocated there from Don Somerville.
Right, correct.
Yes, so correct. I just wanted to thank you for all of that community interface and all your leadership. You're a tremendous young leader in the community. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Butcher.
Thank you, Councillor. And yes, congratulations and thank you from all of us, I think. The next speaker is Sarah Earhart, Toronto District School Board Trustee. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Hi. Thanks very much. And thanks very much to the committee for having me. My name is Sarah Earhart. I'm the elected public school trustee for Toronto Danforth. I'm also a parent who lives in the neighborhood catchment of Applegrove. My child goes to school at Duke of Connaught and we benefit from the programs in the area. So I wanted to come today really to just reaffirm the recommendations and observations in the report. I wanted to reaffirm that our community needs more programming space. There's growth happening in the community. We would benefit enormously from more programming space for all ages and stages. As our area elected school trustee, this is always reaffirmed when I was visiting schools. So for children and youth, but you'll also hear for seniors. There's been an increased uptake in programming for all ages. I also want to note that commensurate with this, in my time as trustee, I've heard of an uptake in the student population at Duke of Connaught School. So trustees would always meet with planning staff and look at the 10 and sometimes beyond year projections for the school community. So the growth in population in the area is also leading over time to a growing population at Duke of Connaught School in particular. And so while it doesn't pose an immediate need, to the best of my knowledge, for classroom space in the building, it is projected to need more classroom spaces over the medium term. And so I think it's a very timely and important thing that this committee is considering this report and its recommendations, given the importance of Applegrove to the broader community. I did also want to close by noting that Applegrove, like all school space users, have been facing challenges. The loss of provincial funding for community subsidies for use of schools that took place in 2019 has had long and lasting impacts on all community space users. I have had the privilege of serving as a co-chair of the Community Use of Schools Community Advisory Committee at the TDSB, and so heard firsthand from many space users. And also served as the appointed representative for the Applegrove Board of Management. So I saw firsthand the challenges that Applegrove has been navigating and sought to work collaboratively within the TDSB to facilitate challenges. With the board under supervision, that local community representation and ability to liaise has been suspended. And so while the challenges predate supervision and have been growing, supervision now puts a great deal of uncertainty on how we will navigate the challenges currently and into the future. I want to thank you for having me here today, and thank you for considering this report and its recommendations.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Fletcher, 3 minutes.
Just to confirm that the lease that Applegrove has in Duke of Connaught is well over 10 years in overhold.
It's well over 10 years in overhold. And so spacing costs were going up for community use of schools. And it's well on overhold. And so one could anticipate that there would be challenges to navigate that into the future as well. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of the deputant? No, thank you for coming to committee today. And the next speaker is Sandra Knapp. Or Connaught? Knapp, okay. Got it right the first time. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for your attention. My name is Sandra Knapp, and I'm here as a senior community member. When my children were young, we all attended programs in the school, S.H. Armstrong, and a small building located on land that is part of the was part of the Ashbridge estate. When they tore that building down, we were left with gaps in services that people needed. At the time, it was a low-income area with many working-class families. This was recognized by residents, city staff, and the principals of the junior and senior Duke of Connaught schools. A group was formed who met regularly to map out what was needed, with city staff and the principals involved. Everyone brought something to the table, and barely anyone missed a meeting. My husband, Alfred Arnold Knapp, became one of the founding directors of Applegrove when it was incorporated in 1979. He was born on Woodfield Road, and this aligned with his lifelong interest in supporting the neighborhood. I lived in my grandmother's house on Applegrove Avenue, which became Dundas Street East. In its early days, Applegrove was part of a true community. Parks and recreation staff and the school principals worked with Applegrove and provided access to various schools and S.H. Armstrong spaces. But over time, the facilities kept getting reduced. Eventually, we were restricted to a small number of spaces and many types of programs were lost. I saw Applegrove space shrink over time, limiting what it could do, and what I felt that this is still happening to this day. It is a testament to the committed board and staff that Applegrove has found ways to offer programs at various community locations. I enjoy being at Applegrove, but see the impact of the current space limitations. Programs like movie matinees, celebrations, and workshops have limits on how many people can attend. Because the rooms are small and there is simply enough space, it's become untenable. The facility is also difficult to access. No matter where you enter, there are multiple sets of heavy doors, none of which are automated. The seniors' room is on the second floor, but the only elevator has low capacity and is not always reliable. For people using a wheelchair, walker, or with trouble walking, these are very real barriers to accessibility. The school location worked well in its time, but is no longer adequate. I personally will be sorely pressed to keep my attendance going in the future because the building does not function well for seniors.
Can I just stop you for 1 sec? Oh, I did it again. I accidentally did not start your time on time, so you're almost at your 3 minutes. We have a new machine here. I don't know if others are thrown by it.
I only have one paragraph.
We are happy to hear it. Go ahead.
Okay. I am here today to share my thoughts and ask that you please think of us when it comes down to providing Applegrove with a home that is appropriate for its many activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions of the deputant? No.
No.
Or do we have questions of staff?
No.
I confirm the overhold status of this lease with the Toronto Lands Corporation. Actually, it's not with the Toronto District School Board. It's with Toronto Lands Corporation, which has been spun off now from the TDSB. The length of overhold on this lease?
To you, Madam Chair, that is correct, Councillor.
How many years do you happen to know, Mr. Matosa?
To you, Madam Chair, it's been in overhold since December of 2011, sorry.
Oh, 15 years.
So 50, coming up on 15 years.
Okay. All right. And we all know what overhold means. So that's one thing. And then you looked at a whole number of options, and there's one that you think is preferable that is in the report, correct?
To you, Madam Chair, as noted in the report, that is correct. The one that's noted in the report.
And one of the things I'd asked for previously was to double up with Applegrove and S.H. Armstrong in the building, but that's been looked at. And for recreation, for our parks and recreation, that simply we'd lessen the amount of programming that we were able to deliver to the community. I believe that's the case. So,
to you, Madam Chair, that is correct as per the report, but I'll get Parks and Recreation to confirm that.
yeah, we found that's not feasible, correct?
Chair, that's correct.
Okay, great, thank you. Those are all my questions, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have any speakers on this? Yes. Yeah, we're going to go to Councillor Fletcher first. Thank you.
I'm just going to speak, and Councillor.
This is different than
yes. Yes. So it's not. Carol has the motion.
We've known each other for 20
Trustee Carrie Maher. Anyway, that's an inside joke. I just have here with me today, and thank the deputants and everybody for being here today, a petition of over almost 900 names from the community in support of a permanent home for Applegrove. And that's from volunteers, board members, door to door. It's really quite an effort, so that's amazing. And this, of course, is one of the AOCs. We have 11, and I know some councillors here have them, and we're looking to expand them. This is one that has not had that home, and this would be the first time that we would make them whole. As mentioned, I don't think everybody knows, but in the old city of Toronto, which had AOCs, it had what was called a Neighborhood Services Committee, and under that, the capital program was under for recreation, for libraries, and for AOCs. But with the new amalgamated city, that all got redistributed, and AOCs were not in the stream. So I'm hoping that next month we're going to figure out how we're going to be able to add some AOCs and as well keep a very robust recreation division, because that is the desire of of councillors. We have 3 models: standalone, mixed, which is Lawrence Heights, and then a standalone AOC. The notion of the 10 years on overhold, that's, 15 years with a lease that's on overhold, I don't think anybody could say that was a great situation to be in. I really want to note our first 2 deputants and thank all of the deputants. That Hamdi and Vi, they came up through Applegrove. They ended up on the Applegrove board, and Vi's ended up on staff. At Eastview as well, the new executive director went to Eastview and came onto the board, and now he is the executive director. So this is a great model, and both of those are tied into TCHC communities, making sure that there's a lot of access there. So I'm very proud of the work that Applegrove has done. I'll note that Applegrove has been instrumental because we spent a lot of time talking about food today in being one of the founders and developmental partners in the food hub at Girard and Coxwell, which has not just a food bank that feeds over 30,000 people a year, but is instrumental in the programs, cooking programs, sandwich club, all of the various things. It's got a lot of room to grow, and this would be an initiative that would allow that to happen. And I think SDFA does note that this is a tremendous model around food. I do want to really say thank you to a number of people. Suzanne Burkhart, who's the executive director of Applegrove, just amazing, her contribution constantly and development of programming, and also just development of all the great youth that are there, and recognizing the work around seniors. During the COVID, Applegrove took it upon itself to call regularly all the seniors in the community so that they weren't feeling alone. And thank you very much for being here today to speak on behalf of Applegrove. Then there's the staff, city staff at Applegrove, so many people, and lastly, thank you, all the volunteers, and thank you very much, Councillor Carroll, for carrying this motion forward for this really historic moment that we hope will get support here and then at Council.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. We're going to go next to Councillor Carroll.
Okay, thank you. I'll put the motion on the floor that I'm moving on behalf of Councillor Fletcher. Lots of work with staff to come up with this, but it gives actions to a number of things in the specifically relating to the confidential attachment. I'll tell you a couple of reasons, Madam Chair, why I'm happy to move this motion. In the olden days, when we did the budget process in a different way, Councillor Ray, a predecessor of Councillor Moyes, and I used to convene the table of the AOCs. We also did the same with the Reed's Arena Boards of Management. And it was the most amazing exercise because there were very few pennies to go around, didn't have land transfer tax in those days, didn't have the New Deal. And so to watch them cooperatively figure out how to prioritize amongst themselves and who was going next and all of that. But in that mix, Applegrove was always kind of a mystery to me. And Ms. Knapp, in giving that wonderful history lesson, made it clear to me how we got to that. What is Applegrove? Where exactly is it? How does it come to be in a little corner of a school? And yet everywhere? Because it was a little different than the others who sort of took over a headquarters like Swansea or Ralph Thornton and had a hub. And so it was an interesting animal. This will take care of that, the motion that I'm moving. But to Councillor Fletcher's point, that there is a future for expansion of AOCs, I think it's going to be a big surprise to the councillors in their wards who start new ones, because the strength and the culture around these took a long time to develop. And you don't just say, here's a building, voila. To develop the kind of spirit around it that was described by the deputants is a really deeply embedded in the community thing that takes time to develop and a lot of attention. I got through those, convening those meetings for 7 years annually to know a little bit more about how each one did it. We did the 519 expansion during that time with a similar motion to this. And it's going to be a tremendous boulder to push uphill to expand these and see them in suburban cultures, but boy, do we ever need them. I tried to get one going a number of years ago, and it wasn't going to gel, so we went ahead with the Community Recreation Center using Section 37 funds, but it would be a boon to some of our neighborhood improvement areas and communities deep in the suburbs. So I hope we honor the ones that exist so that those people always have the ability to come and understand how they work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other speakers? Before we move on to the vote on the motion, I just want to thank all the deputants, thank Councillor Fletcher for bringing this forward, and Vice Chair Carroll for moving the motion. This is clearly an approach that meets a number of goals of the City of Toronto, social development goals, the ability of people to come in off the street, use a service, and then be developed personally within their own community to start to acquire more informed participation, more knowledge, more influence, to the point of sitting on the board, governing an asset that they relied on, that they experienced, and then going on to lead and to be an executive. This is a very different thing than what we do so well in recreation at the City of Toronto, and this community development approach, social development goals, is something that we need a lot more of, because it shows that a dollar invested by this city can have multiple payoffs. It's about using the levers that we have already and the resources that we have already to tackle other issues, other challenges based on the real asset that is the people who themselves are using the service that we provide. So I think there's something really beautiful here, and I appreciate both councillors who spoke, former school trustees, understand this very well in relation, and we had a school trustee here who highlighted how challenging it is to do this work at this time in partnership with the school board that's under takeover. It's not democratic. So there's an additional layer that I think brings some urgency to this work. So I think I'm the last speaker on that. I would like to request for the motion to be put up.
Could you do, so this community that's waited 40 years to have its own home, could you do a recorded vote here today?
Absolutely. On the motion, recorded vote.
On the amendment before you move by Councillor Carroll, all those in favor, Councillor Malik, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Moyes, Councillor Shan.
Councillor Candeval.
Councillor Candeval, that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Was motion to receive. Item as amended, all in favor? And that is also adopted. Thank you very much. We are going to continue, just so people understand where we are. 27.2, we're still working on the motion. Yes. but there have been some changes. Your motion is ready, but there's another motion that's being prepared, and we need to consider them as a package, but it'll be fast, Counselor, I promise. 27.3, I'm still working on that, but the speakers are also speaking to other items, so just so you know, the next order is EC 27.7, refreshing food and beverage offerings in park and recreation spaces, which we had started. Then we're going to go to EC 27.3 on inclusive economic development framework. Then we'll go back to the regular order, EC 27.12, advancing community development through evidence-based planning, and then EC 27.13, addressing evictions through disaggregated race-based data and social housing. So on EC 27.7, refreshing food and beverage offerings in park and recreation spaces, we had already heard from the deputants, and now we are at questions of staff. Members of committee, do you have questions of staff on EC 27.7? Oh, Councillor Candeville, please, questions of staff.
Yes, sorry, just give me 1 second. There we go. Oh, sorry, did we not do these earlier? 27.7, I think I asked my questions already, sorry.
Okay, did anybody else have questions on 27.7? Just to speak on 27.7. Councillor Moise, go ahead.
Thank you. I do have a motion. If staff can put it on screen, it's ready to really just consult with local business improvement areas and park user groups as well. I do support having more of these refreshing food and beverage offerings in our parks. I think that's important, especially in the downtown core. Many people come in and lay in the park and hang out with their kids. It's really nice to have snacks and beverages, healthy snacks and beverages in our parks. I was briefed by this on this item by staff, I think last week, and I asked, these food trucks, you don't call them that, going to be on the park itself on the grass? And they said no, it'll be on the periphery, which is important because we don't want to destroy our parks in regards to the grass and all these other things. But I know that speaking to some of my BIAs, they would like have some safeguards on these on this change. So this is why I'm bringing this motion forth. In particular, I know that the Downtown Young BIA is also interested in having some input on this as well. So I hope this amendment will capture those voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any questions of the mover to speak? Question of the mover?
Yeah. I'm not too sure if this is a friendly amendment or it might be a note to just include is that in addition to BIAs, to have conversations with other business associations that the city is in connection with, like the local business associations and networks that exist within different regions. I understand BIA have a formal relationship with the City of Toronto, so it happens that way. But if it's not an amendment, I just want to make a point to say that.
Okay.
To be clear, though, it also says park user groups where applicable. So, I mean, it could be the groups you're talking about. So it's not solely BIAs that I'm asking to consult with.
Okay, thank you. I believe Councillor Shan would like to speak next. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand Councillor Candeville has a motion as well. I think it's important to make sure that as we expand this program, we take into consideration the diversity of options that are available that reflects the makeup of the city. As we do selection process, I think, we might have more requests than we're able to accommodate. And if that's the case, that's a good problem to have. And when selections are being made, it'll be prudent to make sure that both equity is used not only in the choices of what is being offered, but also who owns those as well. If it's owned by equity-deserving communities, women-led businesses, not somebody who has a chain of 50 trucks, across the city as opposed to someone who's actually a young entrepreneur looking at innovation. I know some of them might have some difficulty in processes around some of the guidelines, Toronto public health guidelines and other things, but if we can make sure that we are able to support this, it will probably be truly beneficial to the to both communities to have an option, but also for economic development to be distributed to communities that deserve it. No, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other speakers on this item? Councillor Carroll.
Well, just briefly, I don't think we need to move a motion about this, because in my view, when we proceed with it, just as we would with procurement, in terms of attracting people for license, we can put a sort of inclusive economic development / social procurement lens on it, and that should be the result of it. Exactly what Councillor Shan is talking about, that should be the net effect of putting that lens on the whole process, that we do make sure that we're opening the door wider in that respect and helping to enable. I, for one, am happy with this approach, because we're not going all the way to the other extreme, which is to say, well, we'll just have to do the card program ourselves. It's a matter of putting that social procurement lens and inclusive lens on this type of structure, I think, and I think we're getting better and better at proving that we can. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
Hi, Chair Bravo.
Go ahead, Councillor Candeval, to speak.
If staff can share my motion, which is to request the general manager to consider approaches that attract new vendors that reflect diverse and local low-cost options, in addition to comments shared by colleagues and with staff's own reflection. I think this motion is to reflect the bigger desire of Torontonians to have a variety of choices when it comes to food and beverage in our parks. So I think we're all hoping to see that come through, especially with next year's roadmap.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? Seeing none, any other final call for speakers? No, thank you. On the first motion by Councillor Moise, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. On the second motion by Councillor Candeval, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And that's another item down. Item as amended. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Now it's really done. Thank you. So right now we're still working on 27.2, so we're going to go next to 27.3, City of Toronto Inclusive Economic Development Framework. The first speaker is Kumsa Bakker. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes. Sorry, I think you have to turn your mic on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the Economic and Community Development Committee. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Toronto Community Benefits Network in regards to the Inclusive Economic Development Framework. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the Social Development and Economic Development Division. This is a really foundational report that has come forward. Toronto is only part of a handful of cities across North America that have developed such framework and approach to economic development. And as an organization that is focused on inclusive economic development and community wealth building in Toronto, we think that this is a really important and essential approach to how we look at economic development and including everyone in our economy here in Toronto. We have submitted a letter, but I did want to highlight maybe 3 key areas that we want to look to going forward as part of this framework. The first thing is strengthening our city levers. So we know that the city has done some really fantastic work when the city buys, when it builds, when it does procurement, and even large scale events events like FIFA to embed inclusive economic development. And so we want to see these levers continue to be strengthened, and also with the monitoring, so that we're able to track these outcomes and be able to get the data in terms of, with this work, what are some of the outcomes that have come out of that. The second thing is related to the secondary plans. It's really great to see that there is a recommendations to explore inclusive economic development as part of the development of secondary plans. We think that's very essential, and we support that recommendation. I would want to highlight also that, this is a good opportunity to also go beyond just secondary plans, because we know that that's not something that's going to be applicable in every community. One of the things that we do see is that, especially in areas that are being impacted by new transit projects, that there's a lot of growth and development happening, especially in these neighborhoods. And we think this type of model could be extended to these neighborhoods that are undergoing massive growth and development, to make sure that things like mitigation of impacts around rent, around affordability, around making sure businesses and communities are able to afford to continue to live in these communities are very critical. And we were part of the community development plan as part of the Downsview secondary plan. And we thought it was a very fantastic process, very engaged. The engagement was very deep, and a lot of what came out of that was a reflection of the input from Black and Indigenous communities in and around the Downsview area. So we think that this is a very fantastic model. And so the last thing I want to highlight is going forward with the monitoring. The TCBN wants to be involved in the monitoring of this framework, the IED framework, and we want to make sure that that we're able to have the ability to provide input on how it's the progress of this framework and how it does. And so, yeah, again, I would just like to congratulate everyone for this really foundational report, and to everyone that's been involved. I know it's been a lot of work over the past year. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for being part of as an organization, part of the working table to develop it. The next speaker is Walid Kogali Ali.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Walid Kogali Ali, and I'm here to first of all acknowledge that this is a great set of recommendations, and I want to acknowledge the important work of city staff in advancing this framework and building on prior efforts such as the inclusive economic development approach and the Sidewalks to Skyline's 10-year economic action plan. So this is an important step forward. However, the key question before us today is not only what we're advancing, but how we will deliver it. Because inclusive economic development cannot be achieved through strategy alone, it must be realized through community-led, place-based implementation. From our experiences in Regent Park, we have seen that when residents are meaningfully engaged and supported, the results are transformative. We've seen stronger pathways to employment. We've seen youth gain access to skills and opportunities. We've seen trust build between institutions and communities. And importantly, we've seen how addressing systemic barriers, whether related to housing, income, or access, can unlock economic participation. This is not theoretical, it is proven. That is why I'm here today to emphasize one key recommendation. The city must, in my opinion, embed social development plans as core delivery mechanisms within the inclusive economic development framework. Social development plans are not just programs, they're community infrastructure. They provide the governance, coordination, and accountability needed to translate policy into real outcomes on the ground. As highlighted in our submission, their success depends on sustained investment, resident leadership, and integration across city divisions. To make this framework meaningful and effective, I urge the committee to take the following steps. First, commit to multi-year sustainable funding for community-led implementation in the order of $250,000 to $500,000 annually per neighborhood. Second, align economic development with community benefits and local hiring, ensuring that residents in equity-deserving communities directly benefit from the growth happening in their city. Thirdly, strengthen accountability through disaggregated neighborhood-level data. so we can measure whether we're actually advancing equity, not just intending to. And fourthly, recognize that economic inclusion and housing stability are inseparable. If residents are facing eviction or displacement, they cannot meaningfully participate in the economy. Housing stability must be treated as an economic priority. Ultimately, this is about whether Toronto is prepared to move from intention to impact. We have the policy framework, we have the evidence, we have successful models like in Regent Spark's social development plan. What we need now is the political will to invest in community-led solutions at scale. Finally, I just want to say that I respectfully urge the committee to adopt items 27.3 and to strengthen its implementation by embedding social development plans and investing in community leadership. Thank you for your time and consideration. I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we go on to the next speaker, Miguel Avila Velarde. Welcome to committee, and you have 3 minutes.
One second, please.
Yes, I'm holding your time until you're ready.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important item, the social development plan, implementation, new priority for our developing communities. In Waleed just explained, the Region Park Social Development Plan requires a certain level of funding and monitoring. KUNSA stress the importance of community benefits agreements. And we in Region Park, we have a social development plan, and we are also evaluating the investment of $26.8 million in Region Park. So what it needs is, as Walisa says, many residents are being moved out of our community due to evictions, and that has to end so that we have a meaningful participatory community at these conditions. Our community, we are losing members of our community, and that is not fair. That's all I had to say about this social development plan. I see John Smith going by. We have talked to him many times about when we're going to see funding in 2026. Perhaps you guys can ask that question, if we're going to have money in 2026 for SDP. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Any questions of the deputant? No, thank you. Questions of staff? I have a couple of questions of staff. Start my time. I would like to know, for the benefit of the committee and those who are paying attention right now, what's the importance of this framework? What does it do that it, if adopted, that we weren't doing before?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. So what the framework is about is really a new way to look at a problem. So if the framework is adopted today, what the City of Toronto is reaffirming is its commitment to see economic success as going beyond economic growth and also account for residents being able to participate in that growth and to have the benefits of that growth as well. So that would be the first time that the City of Toronto would be embedding the idea of an inclusive economy as part of what is the economic action plan for the City of Toronto. So Sidewalks to Skylines was adopted at the end of 2024. That's the 10-year economic development action plan for the City of Toronto. The idea of this framework is that it's going to be embedded in that action plan, making it not just about growth, but also about how inclusive the economy is when it comes to measuring that success. So that I would say that's the key thing that this framework is doing.
Great, thank you. So we're have a long-term economic action plan that always contemplated having an inclusive economic development framework. And in terms of the process, can you describe what it has meant to have a process to build up to the framework, or how it was done and resulting in what we have before us today?
So through the chair, I can speak on the process. We established a working group that had engaged over 20 organizations across labor, community, not-for-profit, philanthropic, academic, and advocacy sectors. And through the chair, we had engagement from the Atkinson Foundation, as well as your chair and Councillor Bravo. Through 7 in-person meetings, we were able to develop the scope of the IED framework, determine indicators of the inclusive economy, highlight the need for the city's role, and help us bring rigor to the staff report before you today.
And the working table was convened to provide advice in terms of and insight and into how the decisions captured in the report would be made. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And there would have been a cumulative, like month to month, this is what we decided last month, this is where we're going next?
So through the chair, at the beginning of each meeting, we recap the discussions and actions decided by the group.
Yes, and Economic Development and Culture would deliver all of the documents. That's great. So I really, I don't have much more to ask except to say that how many, are there references already within certain policy directions by council to staff that are already making mention of this inclusive economic development framework? Like, is it already, even before adoption, something that is beginning to be socialized broadly within the public service?
So through the chair, it's already seen, oh, there's a baby in their house. So sorry, through the chair. The actions underway through major initiatives like Universal School Food Program as one initiative, which is seeking to build out a school food hub, as well as an employment pathway. The existing work considered by this committee around the community benefits framework, also city's social procurement work, as well as our broader fair wage work that's underway, are some live examples of the inclusive economic framework in place. And the framework now gives us a general direction to group this work and to expand and build upon.
Thank you. I neglected to ask a question about data collection and about what is it that we're doing in terms of using data sets and how are the new indicators that the framework represents being shared, and what is their potential use in terms of not just policy development, but program design and implementation?
Through the chair, as part of the accountability for this inclusive economic development framework, what is being proposed today before you is for about 12 new indicators to be added to the City of Toronto public-facing economic dashboard. So at this time, we have about 30 economic indicators that are in the economic dashboard, and most of them are about economic growth. So with the working table, we have identified 12 inclusive economic development indicators to be part of that dashboard. In addition to that, because we're limited in terms of the data that we have available to us and to be able to have breakdown by population, which is extremely important for this work, we are also proposing a polarization inclusion report based on census to be shared with city councilors every 5 years. And with that data, we'll be able to break down by population and also by neighborhood and ward.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none, are there any speakers?
I'm sorry, Chair Bravo. I had questions of staff.
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't see you there, Councillor.
Yeah, no, just getting off of mute.
Go ahead, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I think my understanding is this work was done as part, including part of this work was hosting a stakeholder table. And I was wondering, through those stakeholder tables, was there any conversation about the correlation between inclusive economic development and the availability of public transit, high order public transit?
Through the chair, yes, there were conversations about that, but the goal of the framework is really to be something that can be used for different sectors, different projects, different divisions, not specific to a specific project or, like transit or housing, etc. But also understanding that housing and mobility, those are things that are essential for economic development, are foundational for an economy to be inclusive. So the way that this is treated in the framework is really as a foundation for the levers to operate properly on employment and entrepreneurship. And then in addition to that, hoping that this framework will also help impact the work in housing, mobility in the future as well.
Thank you. And just to kind of dig deeper, is it staff's opinion through this work and through the involvement of other subject matter experts, that by having higher order transit, the ability to have not just economic development in areas of a city that are lacking it, that it becomes clearer in a framework to grow inclusive economic development, or the opportunity for that, for inclusive economic development, becomes heightened?
So through the chair, the answer is yes. We've seen this actually through the inclusive local economic opportunities initiatives that we launched with United Way, particularly around the economic opportunities that were built out in Golden Mile. And so certainly there are opportunities around transit projects to find economic growth that benefits communities.
Is this something that we've seen with recent transit projects, whether it's the Crosstown you mentioned with Golden Mile, that has the data and that experience give us the ability to have this as a foundational piece for future transit projects?
I'm going to stop your time there for a second, because while I know where you're going, perhaps you address that to speak, it's not in scope with what's before us. So the action plan for Toronto's economy is not before us, and the questions about transit and whether an inclusive economic development frame is informing transit decisions. It's a great question to bring to TTC, but as a committee member, a board member, I think it would be an important question to bring there, but equitable distribution is one of the things that we do in the city, that TTC does. So I think it's an important conversation to be had, but perhaps it's not the right venue. Could you maybe refocus the rest of your time?
I see your point, Chair. I think there is still a correlation that if we're advocating for an inclusive economic framework, that we have to acknowledge the hand-in-hand nature that transit plays in unlocking opportunity.
So can you just form that? Remember, you're in questions of staff. So if you could just formulate the question of the staff that are here, their economic development and culture and social development, who worked on producing this framework. And I regret having to rescope, but if you could do that.
So as part of the framework, what tools do you think that could be made readily available to decision makers in relation to growing the relationship between transit expansion and planning to meet the goals of the inclusive framework?
Through the chair, the goals of the inclusive economic development framework, so that's about making sure that incomes are rising with the cost of living, reducing demographic disparity, reducing employment precarity, ensuring there is employment and training that is leading to career pathways, and also that there is new business formation and reduced business displacement. So what we're hoping to achieve with this framework is, more alignment, coordination, and also more centralized accountability when it comes to different projects across the city that can support that overall goal for the economy. There are no specific new levers that are being made available through this framework, because it is more of a strategic vision to be applied to existing work and to upcoming work.
Okay. I think the current plan does speak to impacts on roads from construction sites as an example. Do you think that at committee or council we should consider the building in the opportunity for transit expansion as part of the 10-year economic plan?
Okay, sorry, Councillor, I realize that you want to have this conversation, but it really is not before us to, you know, the questions should be around what's in the report. And I think the members of committee who are in the room are wanting me to endorse that. Thank you. Last question. Okay.
No, that's it, Chair Brown.
Okay, thank you. So now I think we're on speakers, and Councillor Carroll would like to speak. Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think maybe I can help Councillor Candeval, because if you look at attachment 2, well, the report, this is about the inclusive economic development framework, which is not the whole of economic development. It is about layering on a very deliberate and targeted approach to making sure that that is inclusive. But if you look at attachment 2, it really shows you the crosswalk between IED, which we are looking at today, and sidewalks to Skyline, the entire 10-year plan writ large. And both are important, but Chapter 1 of Sidewalks to Skylines is what we acknowledge right up front, is that getting the basics right in this city, running a good city with fabulous mobility is absolutely crucial to having a thriving economy in the city. And so mobility, transit and car and bike and otherwise is all really highlighted there. And you're in lock with the entire business community, small and large, because that came out of their advising too. If you don't acknowledge up front that without those things you can string together all the businesses you like, people still won't find opportunity in them. So it's there, but it's in Sidewalks to Skylines. But I really applaud the work here. And you, Madam Chair, because early on in the term, when we brought an update on developing the 10-year plan, and then separately inclusive economic development, it was you who said, wait a second, we need to do some more work on this. How are they going to relate? And one can't be separate, and it can't be too easy to put it in a drawer. And so that work got done, and I think we're really seeing it today. If you look at attachment 2, you'll think about the fact that we've had economic development items moving through council throughout this term of office that really help us on both fronts. The Downsview Voluntary Community Benefits Plan, that's continuing that work of creating community benefit plans. And we made such a loud noise about the fact that those needed to be part of the picture and growth, that the developer voluntarily engaged in that work. And that's what we want. It was a little more pulling needed to do that out at Woodbine initially. Opportunities for youth, getting funding, and working with the federal government to make them understand that they couldn't abandon that. The mayor made that announcement last week, that they are still engaged in it, so we can do that work here. Building community wealth by making local employment opportunities. That is the work we're doing on a number of fronts, including making that decision at council that we have to acknowledge the impact of Crosstown and double down on the cultural district work for Little Jamaica and Little Jamaica economic development. That comes out of both places, IED and the overall Sidewalks to Skylines. But we're starting to see that they do align and they do intersect with one another. And that was the goal. That's the achievement that you're saying, wait a second, early in this process. Madam Chair, I think that's the impact that it's had. So I want to applaud the work that's going on, and The framework now allows us to take it with that recommendation that says that this has to become part of secondary plans all over the city. That's what will make sure that we got a transit growth neighborhood. It will be far better served. I'm here to tell you, far better served than my neighborhood was served years ago with the opening of the Shepherd subway. We didn't have this kind of strategy. So the kind of impact we should be having, I had to do after the fact. Councillor Fillion and now Councillor Chang are trying to do after the fact, and that's not the way to do it. And so having this in place is a minor miracle, but should have major impact. So really want to applaud it, and really council needs to shout loud and clear, because one of the things we heard again and again in developing both these plans, the IED plan and the larger plan, Sidewalks to Skylines, is that somewhere along the line, the easy conversation between economic development and planning and the Chief Planning Policy Office kind of, it frayed. And it needs to be much stronger if we're really going to leverage and protect our employment lands and make sure that the people that benefit from that leverage are the IED types of businesses. Those are my remarks. 5 minutes and 8 seconds.
Thank you, Councillor. I see Deputy Mayor Malik would like to speak. I see Councillor Canderville, and go ahead. Oh, Councillor Canderville, Deputy Mayor Malik would like to let you go first. Gracious.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you, Chair. And if I can have my motion put on the screen, and I want to appreciate the work from Social Development, ECDEV, and Transit Expansion in helping craft the language to advance the ability to use data and the inclusive framework in the consideration of their work going forward. I appreciate Councillor Carroll's historical context and how we can ensure that this inclusive framework is aligned and supporting good transit development across our city.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? No, and thank you for your remarks. I see Deputy Mayor Malik now to speak.
Whatever.
Thank you very much. And I want to begin by echoing the gratitude first to our chair, to Councillor Bravo, who has been giving leadership to bringing us an inclusive economic development framework that is reflective of our goals and our practices and our policies that already exist at the city, and also the direction that we want to be going. And being able to see this in front of us today and work together to pass it is a tremendous piece of work, and thank you for continuing to champion it and move it forward. I also want to thank Colette Murphy, who chaired this table and brought a tremendous amount of experience, skill, community connections into shaping this framework into something that we can really be proud of it as a city. And of course, to all of the table participants and to city staff who have worked to bring this forward, who have brought their incredible experience in community, at policy tables, in the practices of the city and its relationship with community stakeholders to ensure that this framework is something that we can actually work with. And as this framework lays out, as a city, we've been doing a lot of work to advance inclusive economic development through our procurement policies, our action plans to confront anti-Black racism, our work to move forward justice and reconciliation, our poverty reduction strategy, and through those very locally rooted community development plans as well. And bringing this all together and situating it within our city's overall economic action plan ensures that, as the saying goes, we are baking an inclusive economic development approach into everything we do as a city, not and I will have to give my Atkinson colleagues credit for this, not simply just sprinkling it on. And I do think that that is our goal and our ambition as a city, to be able to demonstrate what that looks like, to show how it's done in connection with community, and also to demonstrate how it does benefit us when it comes to economic growth and our outcomes, what it does to our social impact measures, and how we continue to innovate and push forward with a tool like this in hand. And we've long known that investing in people is an investment in our economy. It's an investment in our safety. It's an investment in our sustainability as a city as well. And as we continue to face and support our residents and our communities in the face of an affordability crisis, and you know, also course correcting on, I think, many years of policy choices and decisions that have made it more challenging to imagine a future in the City of Toronto. We find ourselves here, and particularly as we look to approve this framework, making sure that we are taking those very real and concrete steps, that in Toronto we have an economy that benefits everyone. I'm very excited to see this move forward. Thank you again to everyone who has been a part of it, and I'm looking forward to the work to continue to strengthen this framework and make sure that it is well used and continues to set the bar high for what we do here in Toronto.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I believe I'm the last speaker, so I'll reset my time. I have a motion, and while it's displayed, I want to thank the comments made by my colleagues here at committee and their own work, everyone here who's a member of the committee. This motion essentially directs the General Manager of Economic Development and Culture to ensure that some of the work continues, and as it will anyway, but we want to lift up a few things here. That leveraging the interdivisional working group, which is created in the process of creating this inclusive economic development framework, to track relevant external partnerships and how this inclusive economic development indicator tool is being used by city divisions, identifying good practices and lessons learned. And secondly, that when the report back through Sidewalks to Skylines, annual progress reports continue to review potential additional inclusive economic indicators to be added to the City of Toronto economic dashboard. And this is about monitoring whether inclusive economic development objectives are being achieved. So this is an endpoint, but the start of something different and new. And I really want to lift up what the staff from Social Development and Economic Development and Culture have indicated here, is that this is something new and different. So instead of the reports that you see that say, here's an equity impact on a piece of work, as the Deputy Mayor Malik has said, it's baked in. It's an assumption that a way to measure the health of an economy has to include its equitable distribution in terms of benefits. This is about ensuring that as the economic pie grows, that everyone gets a fair share of that pie, because the economy is all of us. It's not just some of us. This is a measurable way to track and capture, in addition to the 30 measures that already exist in the Toronto dashboard, which really just measure growth, to add those 12 measures of equity. So for the first time, we'll be able to, through very fine work that was done by City of Toronto staff with partners at the table, providing advice and guidance in terms of what is needed, is to say, like, for example, is a person precariously employed? Well, we found a way to do that collectively, which is, are they involuntarily part-time, for example? When we're thinking about how, as Councillor Candeville said, the impact of transit growth, as Councillor Carroll indicated, we're talking about how new transit is intended to help the people that already live there, but what is the unintended consequence of displacement? We can actually monitor that through now looking at the increases in commercial leases. It paints a different picture, and this is something that's available not just to the City of Toronto to inform policy and programs but also to the community, so that we is democratizing a piece of data that wasn't previously visible to everyone before. The creation of an interdivisional table that can be leveraged is as a signal for how seriously the public service takes this. And having 10 divisions review this one single report, more than one deputy city manager and a city manager's office, I think is a sign that when the action plan for Toronto's economy report comes in, we are going to have a meaningful companion piece to assess whether we're moving in the right direction and paint a better picture of what's needed. To quote Mariana Amota, who is, by the way, is going on a parental leave soon, that it said the foundation for ensuring that the levers operate properly. So you heard from one of the deputies saying the city has levers, make sure that we use them properly. Well, this is how we will know whether we are using them properly. That's really important. And the question about the multiplier effect of a single dollar doing much more than just putting a dollar in someone's pocket, but because inequality is palpably and powerfully expensive. You know, for an individual family, and also for a society as a whole, is a different approach to how we look at how we organize our economy for the benefit of everyone. And I want to personally say thank you to the working table. Thank you to my co-chair, Colette Murphy. And I cannot express how much work was done by staff. I can't name everyone individually, but this is a collaboration between two divisions who have worked so closely together to do something wonderful over 7 meetings that took a lot of effort. And I think it demonstrates an excellent practice for producing good policy that's intentional and has a structural and systemic impact. And also that has the community voice, the civil society voice, and expertise from outside as part of the process. For me, this is a long time labor of love, and I'm very grateful to everyone that contributed to it. Thanks. I don't think there are any other speakers. What's that? So I think what we're going to do now is just vote on the motions. Councillor Kendall's motion. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. My motion. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And on item as amended, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. And now we are finally ready to look at the motions on EC 27.2, and we're going to start with Councillor Moise's motion, if it's ready.
Sure. Staff wants to post my item. It's really an additional recommendation just for both MLS and Transportation to consult with the BIAs and TABIA, as well as Toronto Festival Associations, to understand issues around conflict between street vending permits and street festivals, and work to improve communication, dispute resolution, and enforcement where needed. Again, I'm a huge supporter of street vendors and artists, of course, but there are areas in the downtown core where, it is concerning when it comes to safety of people on the streets, especially around Yonge Street, for example, where the sidewalks are very narrow in some cases, and thousands of people go up and down the street in a regular day, and it becomes a safety issue. So I know that that also was brought up by the Downtown Yonge BIA in regards to that. I may have an additional amendment at council on this item, just to reflect some of the concerns that was put in the letter by Downtown Yonge BIA. But in this case, I'll just do this minor amendment here today. Okay? Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor. To speak? Yes, Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I have a motion, and I believe clerks has it. Thank you. The motion is aimed at ensuring that we're committing to further engagement with our local communities, with advocates on noise, with musicians and performers themselves, and improving the collecting of data on new trends, and that we're monitoring our progress and being responsive to community feedback that we are receiving. I'm committed to ensuring that, especially in our downtown communities, we continue to hold in the right measure local vibrancy that comes from arts and culture and performance and activity on our streets. And of course, that includes local musicians and buskers who provide the soundtrack for our daily commutes, our travels through the city. They're the ones who, as was said here, make the experience of living in a big and bustling city a little bit more enjoyable and whimsical as well. As well, we have to hold that in the right measure with all of us who call our city, in particular our downtown home, to ensure that residents are able to have the sound and the noise from that activity on our streets be in the right measure, especially when it comes to amplified sound, and particularly when it comes to local neighborhoods. And that is one of the incredible things that we, again, always have to hold together, is that some of our busiest downtown neighborhoods are also home to many of us. A lot of important work was done in 2023 and 2024 around changes to the noise bylaw to ensure that our city can be as responsive as possible to the variety of stakeholders and the many uses of our city, particularly in our downtown, and we want to ensure that that work is kept on top of and up to date. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also have a motion. While we display it, I'll start to speak to it. So this motion has 3 parts to it. It is intended to speak to the concerns raised by the deputants about the 15 licenses, or R55, curb lane vending, which Councillor Sachs spoke of. So this is a motion to sunset December 31st, 2028, to be governed by regulations, as long as, sorry, you can read the rest of the motion, but as of January 1st, 2029, the R55 curb lane vending permits will, without notice, automatically be canceled. The second one has to do with immediately coming into force. R55 curb lane vending permit is in effect under a former city, governed by the regulations in effect again in 2014, and continue to be complied with, and requiring fees are paid in accordance with the chapter listed here. As of 2029, vending permits will, without notice, automatically be canceled. And the third one is about ensuring that as we move forward, new locations and additional vendors are in alignment with the inclusive economic development framework we just adopted, and that includes exploring the feasibility of preserving those locations as mobile vending zones or spaces designated for specific vendors, and that speaks to the interest in ensuring that we're providing fair access to local economic development activities that are allowing for entrepreneurs and the realization of the more equitable outcomes we just discussed in the previous framework. Are there any questions of the motion?
A question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. So the R55 bylaws updating, is it your intention we'll just provide notice to the applicable vendors, and that can happen without a report to council?
Correct.
Okay. And then that last piece can be reported on when they have that information?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's start with, unless there are other speakers, we're going to move now to vote, and we need to do recorded votes because there was a declaration of interest on Councillor Moise's motion. All those in favor?
All those in favor of Councillor Moise's motion: Councillor Malik, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Moyes. Any opposed?
And I think Councillor Candival.
Councillor Candival, that motion.
Okay. Okay, the next motion by Deputy Mayor Malik.
All those in favor? Councillor Malik, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Moyes, Councillor Candival, that motion carries.
And on the third motion.
Third motion by Councillor Bravo, all those in favor? Councillor Malik, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Moyes, Councillor Candival, that motion carries. And on the item as amended? All those in favor? Councillor Malik, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Moyes, and Councillor Candival, that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Congratulations to staff on a unanimous vote. So we are now at the last two items of returning to the order of the agenda. The first item is EC 27.12, Advancing Community Development Through Evidence-Based Planning. And the first speaker is Asin Bhatti. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, online. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes. Asin Bhatti. Okay, we're going to go to May Mohammed. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone is doing well. My name is May Mohammed. I'm the Vice Chair for the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee. I actually put forward this motion that we are now deliberating on, so I'm really excited to speak to this item. I want to highlight a critical gap in how we approach community development work in this city. At our last committee meeting, we had a wonderful presentation by some city staff on the current work that's happening in terms of community development in the city. And it seems that a lot of work is tied to either redevelopment or revitalization or some kind of external investment, which I think is more of a reactive approach when we need to be more proactive when it comes to community development. So the question becomes, what happens to these communities that don't necessarily have these triggers? And the answer is that they're left waiting. They're left waiting for resources, for funding, for attention, or oftentimes we see some kind of crisis to arise before that investment comes in. And this is why I believe this motion matters. It calls for a citywide framework. Ooh, sorry, catch my breath. It calls for a citywide framework grounded in consistent equity-based investment, not one dependent on external figures. It centers something simple but powerful, sustained resident-led funding to support local leadership, planning, and solutions. Because we know that communities already know what they need. They just need the resources to make it happen. They need resources to create opportunities for youth. They need support to stabilize housing and prevent displacement. They need the ability to shape these decisions that do affect their everyday life. If we continue relying on reactive or conditional funding models, we will continue to reproduce the same inequities that we say we want to address and do something about. And we know that the city has the capacity to invest. The Toronto Police Service Board was approved for a $1.43 billion budget for this year, which I believe was a nearly increase of $94 million from last year. And that funding is not conditional, even in the face of public concerns raised earlier this year. Another funding instance I want to kind of point out to kind of support my argument here is in November of 2024, the city invested in something in which they knew, would kind of reap the benefits of. When the Taylor Swift Eras Tour came to Toronto, we invested about 3.6 million and we received, I think, 2.82 million in economic return. So we know how to invest when we see value. So the question I'm posing is, if we understand the return on major investments like these, why are we still questioning the return on community and social development?
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Yeah, I have Councillor Moyes, Councillor Carroll, and I also have a question.
Thank you for deputing today. Just to understand a little better, in item 4, we talked about the Confronting Anti-Black Racism 5-year update, and we also have a 10-year that's coming to council in 2027. The things that you have in this motion, doesn't it capture some of the issues or concerns that you have already? I mean, that's the whole point, I think, of the CABRAC department we have here.
Sorry, just so I understand this, is your question that this current motion does not advocate for some of the things I'm speaking about?
What I'm asking is that the 5-year plan that's in place for CABRAC, anti-Black racism 5-year plan, and the 10-year, which we will approve at council in 2027, doesn't already encapsulate the items that you've mentioned here in the recommendations?
I would say that the items are related, but the ask here is for the city to fund social development plans and community development plans. I think that budgetary ask, when we put a dollar value to what we need, and we've seen what was possible in Regent Park with the funding that they've received, I think this specific ask is not outside of the 5-year plan, but it is, I would say, different because it is asking for that neighborhood-led work on the grounds that would be resident-led and led by the communities themselves. Does that make sense?
It does. So just for clarification, the investments that we've made in the community, are you asking us to reallocate it to this rather than what we're doing now? Because we're doing a lot of things in the city.
No, the ask is not to reallocate the funds that are currently going on for community development. I think what we're asking is to kind of scale up the funds and also come up with, working frameworks. I know that John, and forgive me, I forgot your name, did a presentation in which they let us know about this tool that the city is developing to address this very issue. So I think that there is already a lot of work in play, and once this tool comes out and their research is complete and we have the findings and we have the evidence to back this kind of work, we can take the next steps from there. But I'm not saying to take away funding from the ongoing work that's happening, because it is very important, but I'm saying that it's not enough. We need to do more, and the times that we're in really reflects that. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Yeah, I'm just all sorts of sympathy for doing this kind of participatory work. I led participatory on the ground processes in my ward, but they were all conditional on development funds coming in as well. I'm not sure. I don't know if anyone has come to brief the committee then on the city's broken funding formula. Has that work been done? Have we had anyone come from finance to explain some of our competing pressures?
No, I believe that we did have a few questions at our last committee meeting on how exactly these funds are broken down, which neighborhoods are getting these funds, and how much exactly. But I don't believe there was exact clarity to answering those questions.
Yeah, but I mean even the whole egg, not just community development. I don't know of a councillor that doesn't wish that they had more funds in the area, in all the soft services, community development at the top of the list. But to say that there are no conditions attached to other things, other increases, budget, you highlighted one, you highlighted the police budget. We consider collective bargaining agreements to be pretty conditional around here. We're legally required to, once negotiating them, to actually fund them. And so there are conditions to some of the other increases in the budget. So I'm just wondering if we've ever had someone come and walk through the whole of the city's finances in a presentation to CABRAC.
No, we haven't, and I think that's something that we would really appreciate, and knowing.
I think it would be very helpful.
Yeah. And I think that, speaking to your point of conditional things, I think that oftentimes new conditions do arise, and we need to take that in, just like how we see the Toronto Community Crisis Service and all the amazing work that they're doing,
right?
And how that's taking relief off of other systems. So I think there is a bigger picture going on here, and I'd love to see all the entities in the city, work together, figure out what's happening with the money here and how exactly we can leverage this type of work to do good for our community.
Right. Well, for instance, TCCS is actually adjacent and part of the same community development funding envelope. We wish we were getting other government funding to do it, because we're now providing a mental health response system for all orders of government and not getting funding to do so. But if we did, the other parts of community development would be the benefactors, because that's certainly where we'd put the dollars. If we got our fourth first responder to be treated like a first responder by the other orders of government, it's nuances like that that I think would help, because then I think in other rooms we'd all be asking for the same thing that would make this more possible more quickly. So I think maybe that's something that we can help with in the near future, because we're out of budget season, and sometimes that's the best time to look at how that financial structure is impacting on things, so that it can inform discussions. I'd be happy to help with that.
Yeah, I think that'd be great, because I'm just remembering now, but I think there was a mention of about $30 or $31 million at our meeting, but it was exactly, it was kind of hard to figure out how that's being broken down, when and where, and what projects, or who exactly is being funded through that work.
Happy to help. I'm a walking encyclopedia.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. I'm guessing your intention, because the way the motion is written, I'm guessing your intention isn't for when it says community-led, community-based, resident-led, resident-based, without a real criteria, it could end up being quite diluted, and funding that you're requesting could end up not actually meeting the objective. So do you think that it's a good thing to have staff take a look at some of these elements to make sure that there is investment, it's actually going to meet the goals that have already been set out in policy, and that's already part of the confronting anti-Black racism action plan? It's just sort of like a way to deliver it.
Thank you for that question. I think that's a really good one. I do believe that when the work is resident-led, when it's, the boots on the ground, it's when it's the community that wakes up every day to their neighborhood, to their neighbors, they know their struggles, they know their challenges, they know what's going on in the schools in their area, what's going on with the health in their area, what's going on with the gun violence in their area. They are the subject matter experts when it comes to this. With that being said, I believe Regent Park, followed a model where there were trustees and there were different working groups. It just wasn't, give the money to the neighbors and, let them run free. So I think that there is a lot of opportunities for collaboration. And this is with STPs and CBDs, I believe it's something that will strengthen relationships between, the city and all these different agencies with these neighborhoods, as long as we, this will amplify their voices and, bring their concerns to the forefront.
And I agree with you. I think that the issue here is that there's, as Councillor Carroll said, it stems out of development activity. And what I think clarifying what is meant by coalitions, resident-led coalitions, et cetera, to ensure equity, you have to be very specific about how you're putting funding in an envelope that's intended for that population. But the second thing had to do with the conditional. I just wanted to make sure you knew that, and during the last budget process, I moved a motion which council adopted, that there should be some tracking of the savings or the net overall cost of the tasks that have been taken off the police force plate, such as crisis response, although they are a partnership in that, but certain elements of that, such as, traffic agents, school crossing guards, et cetera. Thanks. And that did pass. So there will be an accounting of that. Just I'm not sure if the committee noticed that, but the police budget piece has come up. So thank you very much. In terms of questions of staff. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Sorry. You're right. We have, is Asin Bhatti there?
We could try one more time.
Last time for Asin Bhatti, and then we have Walid Kogali and Cheryl Case. Okay, Asin Bhatti is still online but unable to activate right now. We'll go to Walid and then Cheryl.
First of all, I just want to thank the brilliant May Mohammed, the newly elected vice chair of CABRAC, for those brilliant responses to those questions. And I'm just going to quickly introduce myself. My name is Walid Kogali Ali. I'm the co-chair of the Regent Park Neighborhood Association and a longtime resident of Regent Park. And I'm here today in strong support of this item, 27.12, and to urge this committee to take the next critical step, moving from evidence to action. I just want to acknowledge that we are not lacking data. Toronto has the data. For decades, the city has invested in research, consultations, and planning frameworks that clearly identify disparities in housing, employment, safety, and health, especially in communities like Regent Park and other neighborhood improvement areas. The challenge is not evidence, the challenge is implementation. As highlighted in our formal submission, too often community responses have been fragmented, short-term, and under-resourced. And as a result, we continue to see the same inequities persist year after year. But we're not starting from scratch. We have a proven model. The Regent Park Social Development Plan demonstrates what is possible when planning is resident-led, place-based, and supported through sustained investment. Through this model, we've seen strengthened community safety and cohesion, increased youth engagement and employment pathways, better coordination across services, and measurable outcomes, including a significant reduction in violence. Let's not forget, in 2023, we had zero gun-related deaths in our community for the first time in our history. And the question before us is today is very simple. Will we continue to study the problem? Or will we invest in solutions that we already know work? So on behalf of the Regent Park Neighborhood Association, the Coalition for Responsible Community Development, I'm asking this committee to support 5 key actions. First, commit to the citywide implementation of social development plans by 2027, prioritizing communities facing the greatest inequities. Second, provide stable multi-year funding in the range of $250,000 to $500,000 per neighborhood annually to ensure this work is sustained and not dependent on short-term pilot funding. Thirdly, embed social development plans into city systems across planning, budgeting, and interdivisional coordination. So this becomes core infrastructure, not an add-on. Fourth, ensure that this work is grounded in equity and anti-racism, anti-Black racism, including the use of race-disaggregated data and alignment with the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism. And fifth, strengthen accountability and governance by supporting resident-led tables, clear outcome metrics, and transparent public reporting. This is not about just good policy, my friends. It's about making smarter investments, and this is a pivotal moment. This council has already recognized the importance of community safety, inclusive economic development, and anti-Black racism. Now it's the time to align those commitments with real investments in community-led infrastructure. Thank you so much, and I hope this motion carries.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, Cheryl Case.
Yeah, let me just.
Well, we call Cheryl and her baby, which will be a first from. It's been a long time since I've seen a baby deputing, and I love it. Yeah, Ashen Bati. No, okay, sorry, Ashen. Oh,
Can you ask them to unmute themselves?
can you, Ashen Bati, can you unmute yourself, please, while we. Okay, I'm sorry, Ashen, we can't hear you, so we won't be able to speak on this. Cheryl, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, everybody. So really great to be here. I'm incredibly proud of the incredible work that...
I'm sorry, you have to turn your microphone off.
A little harder than the old ones. Yeah. Thank you. Good. Awesome. Yeah, so I'm incredibly proud of the incredibly great work that my collaborators and the community have put together in making this proposal to the Economic and Social Development Committee, and also, of course, to the Confronting Anti-Racism Advisory Committee for putting this forward. I think they provided a very clear articulation of the need for funding for social and community development plans across the City of Toronto. The City of Toronto, as has brought up already today, is first of its kind in many ways with the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit. You've done incredible work, and the work that the city has done in regards to social development plans and community development plans, I'd also say is at the top of the pack in terms of great work that's being done to support communities. And so the reason I'm here today is because while there's such incredible work being done, there is such a gap between the amount of support provided to that work and the amount of time that community is able to actually be at the negotiating table with developers and with the city to ensure that community values are integrated into how cities developed. So many councillors on this committee are aware of what I'm speaking about today. Chris Moyes with Regent Park, Shelley Carroll with the incredibly important work of the Build a Better Fairview, and Asma Malik with the great work in Chinatown, right? In Fairview alone, we know that, and you've been to their meetings, councillor, they're looking to build about 12 new towers, and there's already being massive displacement in these neighborhoods, just like your neighborhood that I noted, many other neighborhoods. And so with that in mind, the criteria around community development plans I see is actually being met where there's a huge need, but there's a lack of funding for communities to actually be a part of planning. And so we're in the position now where we are addressing the situation with little Band-Aid attempts when really addressing this as crisis response instead of actually providing that upfront funding support for communities to be at the table instead of responding at the position of displacement. We are an incredibly talented city with incredibly talented people, and I think we are in the place right now where there is a great awareness within our community that there is need for substantial change. So, in the comments today, I've heard a bit about, where could we find some money here and there, and that's why, as a coalition, we've asked for not only to be funding for 6 neighborhoods in this budget, and to find the funding to provide funding for this budget for the 6 neighborhoods of Little Jamaica, Regent Park, Lawrence Heights, Alexandra Park, Moss Park, and Don Valley Village, but to establish a community advisory table where the city and community can work together in pursuing the goal that all neighborhoods can receive funding for community planning, where the city and community are actually working in partnership. Right? I think, Jane Finch is brought up as an example. Downs View is brought up as an example. These are areas that have had massive redevelopment and have a secondary plan. Well, who decides when a secondary plan is going to be put forward? There are criteria that are being met in terms of the scale of development, the scale of displacement, and also the scale of passion that there is in terms of community to be involved. And so, really, I think that's
Sorry, I was distracted. I'm giving you an extra minute. So your time is 3 minutes. But there's a chance to keep talking because Councillor Carroll has a question.
Okay, I can just go to question.
Yeah. So I'm not sure that that people understand the impact. There's a collision happening right now between changes in provincial regulations and the economy itself. In that, for better or for worse, the province changed the regulation. So some of the things that were available to me in Parkway Forest, for instance, are not now available to me in trying to do the same thing in Fairview Mall to protect people so that there isn't a lot of displacement. We don't have those levers anymore. We don't even have Section 37 in terms of negotiating, saying, okay, you have to sit with the community. In Parkway Forest, for instance, we made them sit with the community for 18 months and negotiate a deal. We were able to safeguard against displacement and even negotiate a fund for if it was displacement through rent increases. We created a fund of $3 million that families could apply for, all sorts of things we can't do now. But here's the thing, I'm not sure if it's understood in the work that's happening through CABRAC that part of the problem is the economy itself. Because developers are not putting shovels in the ground right now, they're not putting into the replacement for Section 37, which was this overall community benefit fund, which, while it's a smaller number of dollars, it did have an equity piece in it, in that the money isn't locked into being spent in growth areas. It could be spent in the neighborhoods that may not have growth, but needed community benefit plans. But the money's not coming in. The developers are not doing it. So if they don't start construction, we're stuck. Is that economic conversation something that CABRAC is aware of and discussing?
So I'm not a member of CABRAC, just and so what I...
Okay, you're just in support of their work.
So I'm here as the founder and executive director of Community in Public. I apologize for not making that introduction. So
right, I've looked it up. Yeah.
Yes, so there's development happening in communities. There is the expanding housing opportunities in neighborhoods. There's all kinds of developments at all kinds of scales happening. And that's why we're targeting for every neighborhood to receive funding, because in every neighborhood there is ongoing displacement, but also there is an issue where communities are not actually able to come together and express and to be heard by the city. Lots of communication is happening that is not being heard by the city. And so that's where the community development plan provides a great bridge in having a commitment from this.
The which plan? Sorry?
So community development plans.
Yes,
right?
okay.
When I review what the city has put forward in these plans, and they're amazing documents, they establish commitments from, my daughter took off one of my earrings, I just realized. Yeah. I had one earring on. So the community development plans are amazing documents that are produced through a collaborative effort from social development, city planning, economic development, and they are where the city establishes clear commitments to the community that they're going to be their partner in helping to address issues of housing, issues of access to social services, issues to being able to develop their own leadership and their own social capital. And so when you bring up the issue of developers and the economic barriers that they're facing, there are massive social capital barriers that need to be addressed in order to actually enable development to be happening, right? Because we know there's no shortage of people and labor to build. It's the lack of funding towards that. I know that the city's housing strategy is in need of additional funds. And so how will we get that funds distributed? Well, that's if we can actually come together as communities, and that's where the community development plan is incredibly important.
We're like a minute and a half over on this.
I just want to make one other thing clear, because I wasn't speaking to that there's a barrier for developers. They somehow are still vacationing in France. However, if they don't put the shovel in the ground, they're not required to make their payment of community benefit dollars to us. That's where we're in a logjam. jam.
Yes.
That I just wanted to make, I wanted to make clear, I'm not defending developers at this point. I'm just saying we don't have their dollars that we would be forwarding on to the community.
So the community benefit.
We're 2 minutes over on, you were a minute over last time and 2 minutes over on this exchange. So we limited it because we need to be done soon.
Okay. I just want to clarify that in terms of it's not.
I can ask you a question, but you can't keep talking. Sorry, that's the rules of procedure, and we already bent them way beyond. So I think that was the last speaker. Now we can go to questions of staff. I have a question on this. The point about community development plans and how they come about and what the triggers are. Maybe I'll go to social development on this. How can we just do a review of how community development plans are created in the city?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, community development plans are triggered when there is a secondary plan. It's an opportunity to embed equity and reconciliation in the policies of a secondary plan. And it's also an opportunity for, and I think it's been stated by one of our speakers, for the city divisions to collaborate in a different way with community partners, with First Nations groups, and with organizations and local businesses, and create a plan that is monitored over time.
And whereas previously, what would have happened? It would have been staff-led only on the planning side, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Right. So the precipitating element here is that there is a process around rezoning, and rather than wait for the individual applications to come, there is a kind of a vision setting, a problem statement setting, an expectation setting process, and that's what community development plans do in partnership with a secondary plan, correct?
Correct. It creates an opportunity not only to create a vision, but actually actions that are informed by the local community. And with a plan actually approved by council, then there's an opportunity for ongoing collaboration with the private sector, with community groups, with city services.
And just to be really clear, the energy, the ideas, the analysis of the problem, the identification of solutions, includes a very locally informed community voice. We prioritize this in areas where equity is even more urgently needed. And then what happens is that the City of Toronto joins its corporate power with community voices and power to be able to set expectations and to start a dialogue with developers.
Correct. There's a collaborative approach that's needed in an ongoing way, and ongoing partnerships that yield and leverage opportunities that really meet the needs that the community has identified through the plans.
I have a second question that's around there's a lot of precision required when you are talking about grant making or policy making, and it sort of it's not a criticism of the motion, it's just maybe identifying a need to do a little bit more work. When we talk about every community or community-led coalitions, like what is the, what equity indicators are we using currently that embed in the city's neighborhood plans and strategies, and how important is it to actually be able to say these people, this neighborhood for this thing?
So through the chair, part of our analysis is looking through the neighborhood improvement areas. It looks at economic conditions of each neighborhood. It also looks at access to transit and other conditions like that, but it also looks at resident engagement. And a lot of our funding decisions and community engagement on the ground involves multiple different resident stakeholder groups that provide informed decisions on some of the grants that we provide in different neighborhoods. And in addition, our staff work closely with various different community organizations. We have a cluster model where there are very vibrant and active community organizations that serve residents that provide us with valuable information on what are some of the challenges faced by residents and opportunities for us to support in funding. So there are a variety of indicators, both economic indicators, social indicators, but also resident informed indicators that we use to have a holistic picture of the challenges faced by various different communities, but also what opportunities there are for collaboration.
Great, thank you. So it's not just data without a values-informed analysis of the meaning of that data, which includes interpretation by the people impacted.
Through you, Chair, that is correct.
Okay. This item is called Advancing Community Development Through Evidence-Based Planning. Can you give us a sense a little bit about what forthcoming or what current plans, frameworks, strategic approaches we're taking that could align with the objectives identified or the needs identified in this motion?
Thank you. And through the chair, we are currently working on a process called the Toronto Neighborhood Assessment Framework, which will look at the various different ways we do equity-based, place-based planning at the city. And this is a evolution of previous models, the Urban Heart at Toronto model, which informed the Neighborhood Improvement Area model from a decade plus ago, as well as prior to that, the priority neighborhoods. And so this process we are developing right now looks at all the various different learnings from previous place-based planning, equity models that various different divisions use, as well as best practices globally and in other jurisdictions, in order for us to develop something that is specific to Toronto and involves a number of different partners and community groups, and we're doing this in partnership with our great partners at United Way.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Councillor Moise.
There's just one or two. Maybe can you touch perhaps on the refresh of the social development plan in Regent Park and perhaps elsewhere in the city? Because I know that, John, you've been working a few elsewhere as well.
Through the chair, and thank you for the question. So the learnings from Regent Park are very important learnings in terms of community planning. One of the core learnings in terms of the evolution of a social development plan is that it needs to be refreshed. And it needs to be refreshed because community members need to be involved in an update of the community development investments in the community specifically. And through that refreshment process in Regent Park, it's led to a focus on greater youth engagement and greater engagement of community-led groups, and a better understanding of the uniqueness and the complexity of how that community is developing. So all communities are very diverse, and they have many different community leaders. Those community leaders are asking for, in Regent Park, different platforms to be connected. Not all people come to one table. And so with the refresh of the Regent Park Social Development Plan, it's led to a more diverse connectivity to young people in the area and to community-led groups, and to look at opportunities that connect to other investments that are actually by other partners in the community, whether private sector or others.
Thank you.
Just one more.
Oh, please.
So that's Regent Park, but again, you're also expanding that elsewhere in the city as well, right?
Through the chair. So there are 3 areas where social development plans are identified. They're all TCH communities because social development plans are specific to support TCH communities going through a revitalization of their communities. Alex Park and Lawrence Heights are the other 2. And so there are unique approaches in each of those communities that are connected to community development investments in those communities. I'll highlight in Lawrence Heights that one of the great efforts that's being made is championed by Deputy Mayor Cole, and there's a community action plan that is actually looking at and being very successful in bringing community partners together and working with existing community partners at the Lawrence Heights Inter-Organization Network. In Alex Park, there have been investments by local community groups as well as city-supported investments in not only community engagement, but also community capacity building activities. So each community, each of the 3 social development areas that are TCH communities have their own unique approaches. And I will say that Toronto Community Housing is the major partner Without revitalization, there wouldn't be the leveraging of these resources, and we have to, a social development plan really complements the investments that are grounded in TCH's leadership through revitalization with the developer partner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Are there any speakers on this item? I have a motion that I'm going to ask clerks to display. And the motion asks that this item be referred to Deputy City Manager of Community Development and Social Services for consideration as part of the work that's been referenced by staff, the Toronto Neighborhood Assessment Framework report, and to include the report back on how the Inclusive Economic Development Framework, data for equity community development plans and local community leadership capacity building, strengthen community development. These are important things that are being raised here about the capacity of communities to engage and participate. But I would say that in addition to some of the questions that have been raised and the important supports that are needed to participate, which I think we all recognize, is the definitions. For whom, for what, and those of us that are committed to equity have to be very, very specific about language. Any program or grant that it generally names communities is not going to actually end up supporting people who we most want to, who are furthest from the processes, and so that is why we're referring it to staff. That's my recommendation to committee members as a way to recognize that, this important conversation that needs to be carried forward by the public service and to intersect with the work that's already been directed by council, which has been supported by and informed by the community-based partnerships that have been created here at the city. So we need to make sure that as we're advancing new areas of work, they're actually sitting inside of and reinforcing existing strategies, because we've committed to a lot of things, and we are very much focused, many of us here, most of us, on on delivering, and so that is where that goes. In addition, I'd say that we're not in the budget process right now. So making requests outside of the budget process for specific dollar amounts is not something that we do. There is an opportunity through new budget processes to lift up programmatic ideas. I'd say also that there's an offset that comes with every element of that, and that we have to consider what it is, as Councillor Moy said, that we would have to not fund to fund additional work. And finally, I want to say that a lot of the challenges that we're addressing here are not solvable on the property tax base. We are a unique level of government in which social services and social housing have been downloaded by the province, and this is unique in Canada. Every other province in Canada, it's a provincial government that takes charge of those things. And many of the challenges that communities face, particularly Black communities, are systemic, structural things that have to do with workforce, with the governance and funding of child welfare, with a whole bunch of other elements, education, healthcare, housing, and those are all provincial areas of responsibility elsewhere. The City of Toronto steps in to take part of that property tax to make explicit and targeted investments in communities that are a priority, because they're furthest from achieving or realizing the benefits of the economy and being able to live a good life in a fair way. And so we have to, I think, continually remember that perhaps some of this advocacy there's having alongside provincial-facing advocacy element is really important. And finally, the Councillor Carroll, who is also the budget chief, has been reminding us of the need to understand the fiscal position that the city is in. It is, the police budget is growing and it is large. There are a lot of different provincial statements and legislative changes and direction that's been made explicitly to police services boards that cuts will not be entertained by this government. And so there is also a lot of constraint there. So it's unfortunately not the place to go. And while the question of accountability exists, council adopted it, and the budget chief, who's also a chair of the Police Services Board, supported that motion, which is to account for the financial impact of actually reallocating tasks to civilians. So if there are any questions of the mover? Seeing none, any other speakers? No, on the motion? To refer, all those in favor, opposed, and that's carried. Okay, now we're at the last item, EC 27.13, and that is addressing evictions through disaggregated race-based data in social housing. And the first speaker is Arnold Margulis. Is Arnold online or here? Okay, Arnold, are you able to speak now? Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon. Do you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Just 1 second. Please stop counting. I have to switch.
We're ready to hear you speak, sir.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. You can speak now for 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I just wanted to tell you that the motion, the subject matter was developed by Anti-Black Racism Committee. And I understand that it was originally limited to basically to Black minority. And I support this motion fully, but I just wanted to, to draw your attention to the fact that the Toronto is a city of other minorities that are also subject to hate, even gunshots and constant harassment, intimidation, including in housing, including social Toronto-owned housing. For example, I live in the building which is located in the Butters and Shepherd area, heavily Jewish people populated, including like 60% of in our building. And just during the recent Passover celebration, there was intensive contamination of the building with toxic chemicals, indoor air in the building hallways, and in my unit in particular. And that triggered the response of security agencies and law enforcement agencies. So, and this is like a typical example. Some tenants were evicted at the age of like 85 years, and only intervention of Housing Secretariat prevented the enforcement of the eviction. So the staff of the building is hate-driven, and the leadership of the corporation fails to investigate these matters, and instead they prefer, to evict tenants who report these matters, including myself. They filed a totally frivolous eviction suit, trying to evict me from the building for repeatedly reporting this matter to the board of directors and to the leadership of the corporation and the mayor's office, etc. So with regards to this, I'm just suggesting to edit the motion in terms of the editing for ethnic minorities, not necessarily, or racialized, but not only Black. And obviously seniors are also included, but you forget to include Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation that was separated like about 4 years ago. And it houses 15,000 vulnerable, defenseless seniors. And this is absolutely critical to include in text of this motion, the Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation and its board of directors, just like you included Toronto Community Housing and its boards of directors. So please remember that seniors are also mentioned already, so it is just a technical issue. And I'm kindly asking to submit also to other committees to question the leadership, why they don't address these issues. There were religious items removed from doors in other buildings or in Jewish community.
Thank you, sir. You are at overtime. I really appreciate you being here, and we're going to go to the next speaker. The next speaker is Miguel Avila Velarde. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. All right. I'm here in support of the CABRAC motion made last month, which is asking a very simple request to all the city councilors that are considering to run for council in 2026, is to request a moratorium on the evictions of TCSC tenants for the period of July to about November, when all the new faces will be elected for city council. And I'm sure you won't be able to deal with your constituents that are facing eviction and different wards around the city of Toronto. On the displays, you know, it's stating that in the last 10 years, this number of evictions has hit a high number, and we request this moratorium. Speaking as an indigenous person of South America origin, I want to let you know that I disagree with the additional report from the Housing Secretariat that only focus on the Black members of the community. I need to know how many of us, look at me, person that look like me, because for the last 3 years, I have been living a nightmare. I have an N6 notice. According to the data provided by TCAC, look at the numbers. 2025, 391 evictions. The heck? How many of us are being evicted? I want to know how many South Americans, indigenous, we are being kicked out of TCAC. Not just Black people, but all of us who make up the numbers of the TCAC population, as well as Asians, as well as white people. But we know that the biggest number of residents are Black and indigenous peoples. So asking for a moratorium is not going to break the bank of TCAC. According to the report, it says, oh, they're going to facing a problem with their funding. No. Come on. Why don't you find solutions? And in the presentation from TCAC, they claim that eviction is the last resource. That's a big lie. Because my issue was about a door damage. It was an accident. Did you guys send me an invoice for the door damage in 2023? No.
You're almost
you didn't give me that opportunity. You decided to evict my indigenous ass.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Any questions of the debutant? Seeing none.
This is true.
The next speaker is May Mohammed.
You didn't do nothing for me. You kicked me out.
Please, go ahead, May.
Hi, my name is May. I'm the vice chair for CABRAC, and I'm here to speak in strong support of this item. Toronto is in the middle of an escalating housing crisis, and for many residents, social housing is truly the last line of defense. When evictions happen there, people aren't just displaced, they're pushed into homelessness, and we can't allow that to continue, especially when we know these impacts are mostly felt by Black, Indigenous, and racialized low-income tenants. And that demands a large, targeted, equity-based response. The proposed temporary moratorium on arrears-related evictions is a necessary and practical step. This is not a radical idea. It's not a new idea. It's a proven one. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Toronto implemented an eviction moratorium to stabilize vulnerable residents during a time of crisis. We are in another time of crisis, and we should respond with that same urgency and compassion. We are also seeing leadership globally. In Spain, the Prime Minister took action by tabling a pause on rent collection during difficult economic times. That is what a responsive government looks like, meeting people where they are and acting decisively to prevent harm. This motion goes even further by calling for disaggregated race-based data. That's extremely difficult, not difficult, critical, because we cannot fix what we do not measure, and we cannot claim equity without understanding who is being left behind. Delaying action for more study risks real consequences. Like more eviction, more instability, and more people falling through the cracks. I urge Council to adopt this motion, implement the moratorium, and commit to a housing system that is fair, data-informed, and rooted in dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other, are there any questions of the deputant? Yeah, Councillor Moise.
So you're aware that only 1 to 3% of people in TCAC are evicted?
Yes.
Okay, and are you aware that the cases that are of people being evicted are very serious in nature? It's not just because of back rent and those sort of things?
I'm aware that it's case by case, yes.
It's case by case. And so do you feel that under any circumstances, people should not be evicted?
I believe housing is a human right.
Yeah.
I believe that people deserve a place to say, this is Toronto community housing we're talking about, the last resort. This is social housing. So it should therefore serve the social needs of people.
Absolutely, and I don't disagree at all. But I know that in my own ward of Toronto Centre, I have many TCAC buildings, and I'm very much involved in TCAC. I speak to them on a daily basis, advocating for people and trying to negotiate, tenancy for people and moving them around. But can you recognize, though, that things don't happen in isolation, that, we are responsible for all the tenants, all the residents, not just the 1 or 2 that, that may be evicted for very serious issues?
I do recognize that, and I'd like to say that it's not just 1 or 2 tenants. There is a trend happening where evictions are on the rise. At the same time, we heard earlier today that there are, parents of Black children struggling to put food on the table for their kids. This is an issue we should look at with the social determinants of health in mind. It's not just, the way I see it at least, is just not 1 or 2 evictions because of bad tenants. We have to pay attention to the times we're in. There are stories of people being evicted for damage that they did not cause themselves. So there is a lot of issues of inequity within these evictions. And if 40% of Toronto housing residents are Black, then this is also an issue of anti-Black racism.
I find that you're simplifying it, but I'll ask staff some questions on this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Siobhan Pierre. Siobhan, welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon to the chair and the members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. The Black Legal Action Center expresses our strong support for motion EC 27.13, addressing evictions through disaggregated race-based data in social housing, and the recommendations put forward by the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee, KBRAC. We encourage this committee to adopt these critical recommendations without delay. Firstly, the escalating housing crisis and anti-Black racism. Black is a not-for-profit community legal clinic that provides legal assistance to low or no-income Black Ontarians. Housing, including evictions, is one of the areas in which we provide assistance to vulnerable Black community members. We are a referral partner of the city's Eviction Prevention and the community EPIC program. And we also work with the Office of the Commissioner of Housing Equity, OACH, to find support services for clients facing eviction. From our internal statistics on the request for service we've received over the past year, it's evident that Toronto is experiencing an escalating housing crisis with increasing evictions from social housing, the housing of last resort, for many residents, including seniors, persons with disabilities, youth, and families from equity-seeking communities. This crisis disproportionately impacts Black, Indigenous, racialized, and low-income tenants. The City of Toronto has made a clear mandate to confront anti-Black racism, as outlined in the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism, and consistent with the United Nations International Decade for People of African Descent. Anti-Black racism exists in Toronto, affecting the life chances of over 200,000 people of African descent, all who call the city home. The Toronto Community Housing Corporation itself acknowledges that its inactions and actions contribute to anti-Black racism, and that Black people are statistically disproportionately impacted by its policies and practices. What we're seeing is that the majority of our clients are within Toronto. Even further, a significant portion of these clients within social housing environments. The demand for our services for eviction representation support has increased following the end of the moratorium. We've also noticed that coupled with eviction for arrears, we've noticed a new trend that in these environments, there is a combination of arrears and serious act evictions. These include serving people multiple notices for eviction or for safety. So even if the arrears are paid, there's still the issue of the secondary eviction mechanism. For example, misrepresentation in income, safety, not having units being properly cleaned, and so forth. So even if the arrears are addressed, there is still the secondary reason. Our statistics indicate for our Q1 an increase and surpassing our 2025 total matters. We also note the drastic increase from the moratorium to present.
So you're at time, so please wrap up.
Okay. The critical need for disaggregated race-based data, Black strongly supports the request for the TCHC to report by the fourth quarter of 2026 on the number and demographics of tenants facing eviction, disaggregated by race, gender, age, postal code, and type of eviction, as well as the number of demographics of former tenants who remain unhoused or housing insecure, and immediate long-term interventions to prevent evictions and support rehousing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions of the deputant? No. The next deputant is Waleed Kogali Ali. Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Waleed Kogali Ali. I just want everyone to look at the screen. It's a lot of claims by T6C staff that they've never seen the numbers from Tribunals Ontario that depict the crisis of evictions that are impacting Black communities. We know that 40% of T6C tenants are Black. So I want you to look at the numbers. 2023 was the worst on record. And the numbers have been increasing by over 100%. Now, these are numbers from the Ontario government. So now you can switch it off. I just want to say that this is going to be the third motion that came from the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee that will be referred to city staff, which is a procedural way of just basically killing the motion, killing the recommendations. And I actually believe that the actions clearly demonstrate the systemic anti-Black racism in this city, in this chamber, and in this planet. we do not seem to care that there are actually Black families being evicted for no cause, for no process. And you want this to continue throughout this summer in the midst of a municipal election. I find that absolutely deplorable and anti-Black. And I believe that whether it was the motion related to funding our communities, but being complicit with an increase of $93.8 million in the TPS budget, not allowing a single member of the public to depute, is clearly demonstrates anti-Black racism, in my personal opinion.
I just stopped your time, but no, just wait a minute. You please speak to the item before
I am speaking to the item. I want to explain why I am saying this motion needs to pass.
Okay.
When people are evicted from social housing, many of them end up in jail. When motions are introduced that speak to the budget, where we could be speaking to solutions and the impact on Black communities, and that opportunity is taken away, this is what happens. It leads to more families, Black children, members of our Black community being impacted. I am asking for a simple demonstration of good governance, faith, and most importantly, not just goodwill, but action. You can today pass this motion. Because that other motion has been referred, we're not going to get funding for the social development plan, we're not getting funding for those interventions.
I restarted your time, so you should be wrapping up as you used.
Yeah, so my clear ask is, if you care about Black families and Black residents of Toronto, if this moratorium must be endorsed by City Council. And if you're not, then your actions will speak to the rest of us what you care about Black people.
Thank you for your deputation. And we have one more speaker, Joanne Warner.
Anti-Indigenous too.
Is Joanne online? Okay.
Very anti-Indigenous.
I am, we're going to go to questions of staff, but I am going to address the overall impugning of all the public servants that you see here and the members of committee. We just considered and adopted a 5-year update on the Confronting Anti-Black Racism plan by the Confronting Black Racism Unit, and I would request that in future, impugning staff in particular who are deeply committed to this work is something to consider. And I just really think that I have, as a chair, have an obligation to the people that have worked on these plans for much more than 5 years and who have pushed forward this agenda and have come from community themselves. I'm looking at the executive director of social development who has been personally implicated in this work for a long time. Just please in future moderate comments because you're speaking about people who don't deserve that. The questions of staff. Go ahead.
Thank you for saying that, Chair Bravo. It needed to be said. A lot of us work really hard here, day in and day out, trying to advance equity in the city. My first questions are for TCHC. What work is currently underway at TCHC to review, collect disaggregated identify based data, and to review how this data could relate to reviewing impacts of evictions on different groups? I think I saw Chaz here earlier.
Yeah, I'm still here. Thanks for the question, Councillor. So I'm going to answer it with a few different points, right? So while TCHC currently isn't collecting identity-based data in ways that allow the organization to gain insights on the impacts of evictions across identities. With that said, we've begun a process, and that work began when I arrived last year in July at TCH, to develop a data for equity impact framework and associated identity-based data collection policies, right? The aim is to ensure that the collection of identity-based data within this framework will position the organization to gain deeper insights into evictions, relocations, and other relevant core services or interactive areas. We're consulting with the external advisors who have created an expert table with practice leaders possessing deep experience building out these frameworks and policies for various public sector entities in the province of Ontario. And in doing that, TCH will be in a better position to review the data after the implementation of the framework and policies, which will trigger the new processes of the disaggregated data collection, including evictions.
Thank you. And what is the role of the Center for Advancing the Interests of Black People at TCHC have regarding evictions cases for tenants who are Black?
Yeah, again, thanks for the question. So the center continues to support Black tenants, navigating evictions as cases are brought to our attention either by TCHC staff, outside advocates or agencies, or by tenants themselves. We support and coach staff to apply anti-Black racism and equity lens when considering individual cases and examining not just the particulars of specific instances, but also providing broader perspectives and context to understand and to consider. As appropriate, we've expressly advocated on behalf of individual tenants as well, right? Beyond individual cases, the center plays a broader role in identifying patterns, tracking trends, raising systemic concerns, and recommending changes to policy, practice, and service delivery where Black tenants may be experiencing disproportionate harm. Like we're currently in a process right now to say that to work across divisions, particularly with legal, with ops, to understand all cases of evictions as they start that involve Black tenants. The center will be involved in reviewing, consulting on those cases.
Yeah, thank you. And I do have questions for the Housing Secretariat. Are they here? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Everyone's behind me today. What are some of the eviction prevention programs that the City of Toronto has in place, and are TCHC tenants eligible for these programs? And I do have a second question. Do these programs collect sociodemographic information, including racial identity?
Thanks for the question. Early intervention is really critical to eviction prevention, and the city has several programs that support eviction prevention, and there's two that I'll highlight that for which TCHC tenants are eligible. One is the Rent Bank that provides one-time financial assistance to support tenants who are in arrears. That program does collect sociodemographic data, including race-based data. Last year, 15% of the grant recipients were Black-led households. Our partners in Toronto Employment and Social Services have an established protocol with TCHC. That allows TCHC tenants to work with their OW, their Ontario Works or ODSP worker, to gain access to the Housing Stabilization Fund, which also provides support to TCHC tenants on social assistance in receipt of social assistance.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Questions of staff, Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, just quickly, it feels like we have three sets of data here, because we had one of the deputants show a slide that seemed to have been produced by TCHC, showing their numbers, and I think they culminate by 2025 at 390. Then we have another slide that we saw during the speakers that shows the landlord-tenant tribunal showing numbers in the 600s, but we see in the supplementary report that across from the pandemic until the end of 25, there's an average of 144, which is lower than the 5 years previous. So is that 144 multiplied from one of those sets of raw data that we saw? Do we know which? Are we tracking what the tribunal is seeing, or just what TCHC is reporting?
Thanks for the question, and through the chair, I can answer that question. The data was analyzed using TCH's eviction data, and I'll pass it off to Lindsay to speak about why there may be a discrepancy in the LTB data versus the TCH data.
Yeah, what gives with the tribunal's data?
So likely what is happening here is that the tribunal doesn't
report on a completed evictions. They don't have line of sight to completed evictions, which is where we, any housing provider would enforce an order that the landlord and tenant board gives, enforce an order with the sheriff, and that household has to leave the unit. That's a completed eviction. The landlord tenant board reports on notices served.
Okay. And numbers of processes.
And numbers of processes, and they also could report, and I can't speak to the specific data because I don't have the analysis that informs it, but they could also be reporting on the number of orders issued.
Right. But under the TCHC policy, sometimes an order, like the ombudsman's recommendation, where sometimes you have an actual order issued on a senior, but under those ombudsman recommendations, you'd be working with the tenant and trying not to evict them.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
There's many reasons at TCHC and checks and balances why we would not proceed to enforce an order that, even when an order has been given by the landlord tenant board, why we might not proceed to enforce it.
Okay, so you're using that TCHC data where they have completed an eviction, and we see it even in the raw data there. We see a high number in 25. Is that because of the length of time it takes you to get to a point where, you know, from someone who may have been a challenging tenant right through the pandemic, then it's a couple of years process, and so there's sort of you know, cases being resolved in 25 that took a long time getting there? Is that why we see 391 in the final year?
So a couple of pieces. Yes, we did see an increase in all of our tenancy management actions coming out of COVID as a result in the arrears area of the eviction moratorium, right? So there was an accumulation of files that we were continuing to deal with. That 391 number that's quoted is not a final number from TCHC. It represents an uncleaned data. So there were some notices that we were counting notices in that number as opposed to completed evictions. The numbers that we will be reporting to City Council through our annual report will include the final numbers, which are those numbers that were included in the deck that you have in front of you.
Okay, I have one more question. I apologize if it's provocative, but it's something that we were concerned would happen. Is it possible in 2025 we see something happening that creates problem behavior in a TCHC unit that's out of our control? The closure of SIS program has led to people who used to have a safe place to go and imbibe and come back and then be safe in their homes, albeit a TCHC home, now don't have that luxury. And so there may be rules they're having to flout, and it's not of their choosing. They would rather be in that safe space. Are we accounting for that? Do we have some humane extra steps we're taking to try and help people where that may be the case? Because those are people who may be getting neighbors complaining about them, and they don't have anywhere to go now to do that safely.
Yeah, I would say that that's a fair question, and it could be contributing. We don't have the analysis to support it, but it's absolutely something that we need to be looking at in partnership with TCHC and the city. Certainly, that's data that we need to be looking at.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? I have a few questions. Just going to go back to them. Just to be really clear, the difference between seeing an eviction notice like an N4 and a completed eviction, can you just outline that quickly for me?
Absolutely, I can. I will speak to arrears evictions because that is the nature of the moratorium that's being proposed. So an N4 is a notice for arrears. It's a formal notification to the tenant that they owe arrears, and it happens very early on in TCHC's eviction prevention process. When we issue an N4 notice, we include information for tenants about how to contact legal counsel, their staff, and how to get back in good standing through a repayment agreement or full repayment of the arrears. These are a tool to prevent eviction as they inform the tenant of the money they owe, the consequences if they don't pay, and how they can get back into good standing. A completed eviction takes many steps. It can take up to 3.5 years. That's the average amount of time an arrears eviction takes from start to end. And it involves a referral to the Office of the Commissioner of Housing Equity, It involves the entire adjudication process at the Landlord-Tenant Board. The adjudicator can make a decision to order an eviction. They don't have to. They can set it aside. There's many outcomes at the Landlord-Tenant Board. If the Landlord-Tenant Board orders the eviction, then TCHC again has checks and balances before the eviction then finally proceeds to the sheriff and the eviction's completed.
Okay, so how many completed evictions did TCHC have last year, and what percentage is that?
We had 209 completed evictions. That's 61 for arrears, 148 for other reasons, what we call for cause. And total, this represents an eviction rate of approximately 0.5% across TCHC's full portfolio.
Okay, 0.5%, so 61 for arrears is the number we're actually working with.
Correct.
How many local repayment agreements were signed with TCHC tenants who faced eviction for arrears?
In 2025, approximately 2,000 local repayment agreements for arrears.
Okay. And what is OCHI and how are they involved in cases where tenants are in arrears?
So the office, OCHI is the Office of the Commissioner of Housing Equity, and they have a mandate to work to prevent evictions at TCHC and TSHC, both. They serve an integral role in TCHC's arrears collection process. When a tenant's arrears have escalated and staff at TCHC have not been able to get the tenant into a repayment agreement, OCHI staff provide additional support and intervention to try and stabilize the tenancy.
Thanks. I'm going to shift to different staff. I'd like to ask legal a question. In the report from Housing Secretariat, it notes that there's concerns from legal services moving forward on an eviction moratorium. What are those concerns?
My colleague Michael Smith is going to answer this. I would also say if you want more detailed information, I'd recommend going in camera.
Thank you.
The basic issues are that relating to corporate governance and the relationship between the service manager and Toronto Community Housing, maybe a conflict with service manager statutory duties and local housing corporation statutory duties. And then the rehousing plan may be incompatible with the RGI eligibility rules, which require repayment of arrears and damages and so forth. And also the right to refuse to offer if the landlord feels that the tenant cannot pay rent.
Okay, can you explain a little bit more what the conflict on statutory duties, like what is that? And can you put the microphone more toward you?
Oh, sorry. On a very basic level, service manager is obliged under the legislation to provide a certain number of rent geared to income units. And I question whether it's actually providing rent geared to income units when it's permitting tenants not to pay rent and to remain in place. These units are needed by others that are in the waiting list. There are programs, as I understand, but I'm not an expert, to assist these people to. Okay,
thanks. That's great. So then I'm going to go to the RGI rules. Who sets the rules for rent geared to income administration, just outlined in terms of statutory duties and including rules related to arrears? And how much agency does the City of Toronto as a service manager or Toronto Community Housing Corporation have in determining how these rules are applied?
Thanks for the question. The RGI administration rules are set out through the Housing Services Act, which is a provincial piece of legislation, and the city as service manager is responsible for ensuring that those rules and regulations are implemented by housing providers. Landlord-tenant issues like arrears are overseen by the Landlord-Tenant Board, again, provincial body, which enforces the Residential Tenancies Act. I do think it's important to note that the shareholder direction between the city and TCHC requires TCHC to have eviction prevention policies. And through our kind of work into this report and the supplementary report, they have two separate eviction prevention policies, which is quite robust.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Any speakers? Councillor Moyes.
Yes, thank you, Chair Bravo. Just want to note that, again, I mentioned this in my comments already, that Toronto Centre has a lot of TCAC housing in St. Jamestown, Regent Park, Moss Park, even on the Esplanade. And since opening my constituent office in the beginning of the term, we see about maybe 100 people a week in my office. It's a very, very, very busy place. And I'm going to say 90+% of the people who come in to walk through doors is housing related. It's helping people stay housed or find housing, which actually surprised me. It shouldn't, but it does. And just advocating for people. When I first got elected back in 2022, we had 3 of the largest encampments in Toronto Centre, in Allen Gardens, in Trinity Square, in Barbara Hall Park. And we took extraordinary steps to house people from the park. It took about maybe almost 3 years, 2.5 years. And our former Deputy Mayor McKelvey really helped me with that in securing about 100 units so that people can go from the parks to be housed, some even permanently. So I know that my colleagues and the mayor, we're all trying to create as much housing as possible and keep people housed. This is a commitment that we have made, and it's important to us. So I take it personally when people are saying that we don't really care to keep people housed, because that's what we do each and every day. And one of the things we've championed in this council is making sure not only create housing, but housing with wraparound services so people can stay housed and be safe and stay safe. And that has worked. And that is something that we've invested in. You know, if you have to factor in the much amount of money we spend on housing in the city to operate housing in the city a year, it's $1.7 billion a year. That's a huge number. That includes TCHC as well. It's a huge number. It's larger than the police budget, which we keep referring to. So that's an investment that we continue to make. And so not by choice, but just the mere fact I'm the local councillor, I seem to be very much involved in some of these evictions that are brought to me. And I have to say, some of them are very serious incidents where it's a life and death in some cases if people remain where they are and they put other people's lives at risk. And we don't take these things very lightly. I think 1 to 3% is actually quite low, quite frankly. But I have seen firsthand the impact of people staying housed and how it impacts other families. And other families are responsibilities too. And it's not to say that when people are evicted, let's say from TCHC, that they go into the streets. We actually try and find them other places to go, right, where it's more appropriate. So I don't think we have captured the whole picture here in what's being presented to us. Because again, we are behind the scenes at every step of the way in helping people and supporting people where we can, when we can. Lots of resources go into this. So I know Councillor Bravo has a motion, but which I'm happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm the last speaker. I am moving a motion to refer this item to the Executive Director of Housing Secretariat, Executive Director of Social Development, and the CEO of Toronto Community Housing Corporation. I think we have found through questions of staff that some of the figures being presented here in support of this motion are not the same figures that we're working with, and answers from staff. We're talking about 0.5, I believe, eviction rate of 61 people for arrears, and after a 3.5-year process. And I think it's a really significant thing when we are into the public realm, figures that are not seeing the full line of sight or showing the full sight between serving and having a whole constructive approach to get people back into compliance so that they can keep their unit. And when we're measuring apples to oranges and inferring from there a picture which is inaccurate, I don't think it does a service to anyone. I think it actually does a disservice to not only Toronto Community Housing tenants, but also to people who are on the outside waiting for housing. The majority of people on that list are desperate, as Councillor Moyes has indicated. And further, I think that the answers from legal really are truly important in the sense that should we simply adopt a moratorium and not comply with the rules that are set out by the provincial government for rent geared to income units, which governs the provision of these units, then we could be in a conflict with regards to our statutory duties, which do include ensuring that we're actually providing rent geared to income units. So in this case, being the service manager for these RGI units comes with a set of expectations and a set of rules that to which we are bound. And so I think that all of these things together amount to, really important material facts that would in fact show that there is some real challenges with this motion. And I think that's why staff need to look at it. But I will also say that coming here, some voices to say that that this committee or staff or the Toronto Community Housing or Housing Secretariat or Social Development staff are not concerned about anyone getting evicted. I think that's problematic given all of the processes that have been set out. And I would say that it strengthens an advocacy campaign or an advocacy position to have verifiable facts that are located inside of the legal obligations to which all of these systems are functioning under. So for that, I hope that committee members will support this referral, and then we can vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? That's carried. And that's the item, and that's the meeting conclusion. I want to thank all the staff that were here today, all the deputants that came. There's some really good news that we heard today, everything from enabling a more equitable access to business activity, the 5-year update on confronting anti-Black racism work, the inclusive economic development framework, which has got equity baked right into it, and I'm probably forgetting some really great stuff. But and of course, I just really want to give a big shout out to clerks who worked extra hard today with all the different motions. Thank you very much.